Good morning, everyone. If we all please settle down, we're about to start. Thank you. Once again, welcome to the conference. Today, this conference explores the nearly 200-year journey of Girmityas from indentured labor to the modern Indian diaspora that has assimilated in countries of adoption worldwide, living in harmony under the age-old Indian concept of one earth, one family, one future. My name is Varsha Mahinda. I am a trustee of India's Trust, which has organized today's conference. I'll be your host for today, along with this conference will explore the system of indentured labor, like I said earlier, also called Girmit, a name misspelled for agreement, which was a form of legalized slavery and was brought in to provide cheap labor after abolition of black slavery.
Let's go over the housekeeping. There's no fire room today. If so, if the alarm goes off, please follow the Senate staff to the nearest muster point. The toilets are at the back of the Senate. For accessibility, there are lifts available for those who may need to use them to access the catering in the corridor. We will be taking photographs as well. So if you would not like your pictures to be taken, do let us know.
May I have the photographer, Anirudh? So, Anirudh is the one who will be taking pictures today. If any of us are uncomfortable taking pictures, please would like to know, so we won't be taking your pictures. Thank you. Now, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Professor Mark Drakeford, MS, till recently the First Minister for Wales. Under his leadership, Wales became the first anti-racist nation in the world. He has been a very strong supporter of equality, diversity, and inclusion, and of the Black, Asian, minority, ethnic communities. Professor Drakeford.
Well, good morning, croeso mawr I chi gyd. Welcome to you all. I'm enwedig i'r nair yma yn y Senedd, especially to this building on such a wonderful day that shows it off to such great effect. This is a really important day with a fantastic programme in front of us. Professor Keshav Singh, as you know, has championed with others the history, the hidden history of Girmit. It's thanks to his efforts and those who worked alongside him, but the programme has been put together, an audience brought together. It's a day devoted to a chapter in history which has shaped so many individuals and communities, and which continues to do so today across the globe. And in that context of recognizing our history, I just wanted at the very beginning of the day to say a few brief words about a friend and a colleague known to many of you here, Jazz Singh, a member of the Riverside Sikh community, who sadly passed away earlier this week. Now, Jazz was a great friend. I've known him since the time I moved to live in Cardiff over 40 years ago. He was a councillor in the city, enormous force for good in the local community, historian of the Sikh experience here in Wales, a school governor devoted to making sure that opportunities existed for all our young people in that fantastically diverse and multicultural community. In many ways, he sums up what it has been to be part of that Cardiff and Welsh journey towards the type of society we would like to create here in Wales. It's very likely you will be with us today, and great sorrow that that is not the case and won't be the case in the future. Now, I'm not going to offer you any direct thoughts on Girmit itself, because you have a programme of individuals whose understanding of that direct history will be so much more detailed and so much more attuned to its significance than I can be. But at the very start of the day, I wanted to offer you some brief thoughts on three aspects of the Welsh experience and its connections to what you will hear during the rest of the day. Had you been here yesterday afternoon at the Senedd, you would have heard a very engaged and indeed emotional debate about the contemporary issue of coal tip safety in Wales and the history of the South Wales valleys that reflects. I'm sure everybody here will know of the awful experience in Aberfan in South Wales, where over 100 children were killed as a coal tip slid down the side of the mountain and engulfed the school where they had gathered that morning. We have had another such event, mercifully without the same consequences, but a large coal tip slide in Tylerstown, the Rhondda, only 3 years ago. We're determined here in the Senedd to create a new regime of safety for those communities. And in yesterday's debate, many individuals were able to connect the events of today to their own family experience. Because as you will hear of indentured labour, individuals from India being taken across the world to live and work in very, very unhappy circumstances. So in the 19th century, when the coal mines were being developed in Wales, people came from all parts of Wales and indeed beyond to live in those incredibly rapidly expanding South Wales communities. And how did they live? Well, they worked in the company's coal mine. They lived in the company's accommodation. And they were only allowed to spend the money they earned in the shop that the company owned. In many ways, they were, as you will discuss today, indentured labour. Their freedom to be able to live their lives as they would have chosen was constrained in every possible way. When we talk in Wales of the experiences of communities who have been on the sharp end of oppression, of intolerance, then we draw on our own history in understanding that as well. And yesterday's debate, thinking of today as I sat there, reminded me that just a few miles from here, and not that many generations ago, there were families experiencing many of the same things that you will be talking about today. The experience of heavy industry in Wales, in coal mining, steel making, led to that great part of Welsh history, our determination to use the force of organised labour to improve the conditions of working people in Wales. The trade union movement was in many ways born here in South Wales. And all the efforts that have been made and continue to be made to make sure that working people from all communities across the world are able to come together, bargain together, live their lives in dignity, are rooted in that trade union experience. We have, as many of you will know, the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act here in Wales, an act that requires the Welsh Government in making decisions to think not simply about today and the people who are here now, but the impact that those decisions will have on generations who come after us. We have a series of indicators that tell us how well we're doing on that journey. And exclusively inside the United Kingdom, we have an indicator that says the more people who join a trade union in Wales, the better our future will be. And just as you will be discussing the experience of people who in the workplace were unable to come together, unable to use that force of combination, you will see that our history in Wales has taught us the same things. Our social partnership arrangements that bring together the Welsh Government, the trade unions, employers, and public employment organisations is the product of that history. And I think you'll find some echoes of that in everything that you talk about as the day goes on. And then, and as you've heard already, these experiences are fundamental to the Anti-Racist Wales Action Plan that we have agreed and are now in the early years of putting into practice. The plan is a recognition that if you want to create a genuinely equal society, tolerance by itself is not enough. Tolerance is fundamental. You have to have that as your starting point. But if that's all you have, if you believe that that's where the debate ends, you will never push on to take that positive action. Those actions that guarantee that all citizens, from whatever backgrounds they may be, whatever parts of the world they may have come, while they live here in Wales, their experience is equally valued, equally to be promoted, equally to be the platform of the sort of life that we would want every one of our children to enjoy in the future. You know, it's an ambitious plan. It will take a lot of determination, but I think it marks up the lessons that we have learned here in Wales. Because the experiences that we will be talking about are not merely a relic of the past. They are a living legacy that we need to deal with in our own times and in our own circumstances. And that brings me to the final point that I want to make in helping to open today's discussions. We have developed over a decade or more now a fantastically vibrant sense of Black history here in Wales. We come together every year to celebrate it and to explore again aspects of that experience. I am very privileged. I have over many years been able to sponsor the event as part of that Black History celebration that brings young people from across Wales together. And I say to them always, history is something that we make every day. History isn't something that happened in the past. It doesn't belong in dusty textbooks or photographs that look as though they belong to a different era. We make our history every single day in the decisions we make, in the discussions that we have, and those young people will be making their history and the history for others as well. And as we develop our thinking about Black history here in Wales, it is really important that we use what we have already achieved to begin to explore those other aspects of the Black experience that have escaped us in our consideration so far. And that's what we'll be doing today. We'll be uncovering an aspect of that experience, which, while we may have known about it in that general sense, we've never had the opportunity to grapple with it in its detail and in its significance. And in doing that, we add to the richness of our understanding. And we add to the strength of the platform that we are creating. In that, through understanding that history, it equips us better to do the things in our own lives, in our own communities, in our own time, that will create a new and better history for people who live in Wales in the future. Diolch yn fawr, thank you all very much.
Thank you, Professor Redford. Absolutely so relatable. Needless to say, this conference has taught me so much about history that I wouldn't have otherwise known. But hearing yourself, it absolutely makes sense. That is not just, hasn't just happened in one part or one sector of the world, it has happened all across. So thank you so much for that insightful words. Now I would like to invite Professor Keshav Singhal to come on the stage. Professor Keshav Singhal, who is the chair of India's Trust, the organization that is hosting today's event. He is also honorary consulate of Poland and trustee of Swansea University. Professor Singhal.
Good morning, Florida. It's a real pleasure to see you all here this morning for the inaugural conference on Girmit and the struggles of Girmitians. We have to honor and uncover this forgotten chapter in our collective history. The saga of the Girmitians epitomizes the triumph of human will and resilience over adversity. It is my privilege to address you today to underscore the importance of this forgotten chapter in our history and bring out the basics of the pernicious Girmit system. This indenture system, or Girmit as it is called, is a word that is abbreviation from agreement. And as this was entered into with illiterate laborers from India, they were not able to pronounce agreement. So agreement became abbreviated to Girmit, and Girmit became Girmit over the years. And this system saw millions of Indians transported from various parts of India to across the globe. Fiji, Mauritius, South Africa, East Africa, Trinidad and Tobago, Suriname, Guyana, so on and so forth. Mostly these were coerced into signing a contract of which they could understand little. The contract was in English. They were promised the earth, but when they arrived at the so-called promised land, all they found was wilderness, backbreaking work, and torture and abuse. And therefore they were exploited big time for centuries, stripped of their dignity and subjected to unsufferable beatings. However, they are the ones who fueled the prosperity of the West and the global North. The story is that of courage, of resilience, of endurance. They were forced to leave behind their homes and their families. They were promised they'll be sent back, but scarcely anybody came back. But the beauty is that despite all this, they refused to be broken. They survived with their sheer determination and willpower, carved a new existence for themselves, laying the foundation for the future generations to thrive. And some of them are here today, and we'll hear from them about how their ancestors laid the foundation for their success today. But we should also recognize that it's not just their struggle. It has to serve as a lesson for us. It has to serve as a lesson that the dangers of exploitation and unchecked power can be very dangerous. And therefore, we have to strive to safeguard the rights and dignity of every individual, regardless of their background and circumstances. And therefore, I think conferences like this, organized under the banner of India's Trust, play a vital role in keeping alive the memory and this history and heritage of South Asia. And on a broader note, the contributions that the migrants make in the prosperity of their host nation. We're currently having a huge narrative of migrants being blood-sucking leeches. And I think it's very important to realize that the prosperity of the global north is actually laid on the foundations of the toil and the work and the sweat and the blood of the global south, who not just provided cheap labor for the plantations, but also the cheap labor for the, as Shashi Tharoor would say, the satanic mills of Lancashire. And of course, in constructing the modern skyscrapers of modern Britain and America and the industrialized nations of the West. But the feeling is that, oh, these migrants just come and prey on us and take away benefits and so on. And I think events like this are important reminder. The migrants actually are net providers of services and of wealth and contribute to the richness of the society, the diversity, cultural heritage, and the tapestry which combines elements from cultures all over the world. And therefore, there is no room for prejudice or discrimination against migrants. Let us therefore pledge to honor the legacy of the Girmitians by fighting for a more inclusive and more just society and equitable world. And let us make sure that their sacrifices do not go in vain. That it is heard loud and clear, and we take a lesson from that in making our society better and more just. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Singhal. I must admit, when we talked about Girmit for the first time, I had to go home, Google, and make myself aware of this because so many of us, just like me, didn't know about this at all. And it's really, really interesting to hear from Professor Drake, for example, that it's not just Southern slavery. Slavery can take place in any part of the world, and it's important to talk about it. It's very important to have events like this. Without further ado, I would now like to invite Lord Bhikkhu Parekh, who is a political theorist, academic, and a labor hero. He has written extensively on multiculturalism and racial equality. He was the chair of Commission on the Future of Multi-Ethnic Britain. He is a fellow of British Academy and holds professorship at universities around the world. Now, I would like to invite Lord Bhikkhu Parekh and Professor Singhal. Professor Singhal.
Well, let me begin by thanking Keshav for inviting me, and more importantly, for conceiving the idea of the conference. But I don't know of any other part of this country or any other where there has been a strong desire to revive or keep alive the memory of indentured laborers who ran into 1.4 million people over a period of about 200 years. Who were they? Where did they come from? So if you trace your grandfathers and grandfathers and grandfathers, everyone will find an endangered laborer in one form or another in your tribe. So if you're curious, then what I have to say might interest you. If you're not curious, it's boring, and I want you to forget the next 20 minutes. Now, Indians have a history of migration. There is a myth that our people did not go, didn't migrate across the sea. Not true at all. They have a history of migration. Buddhist pilgrims, for example, penetrated most of Central and East Asia, Several Hindu dynasties ruled over parts of Indonesia and Southeast Asia, and Hindu businessmen established themselves in Afghanistan and parts of Central Asia over 2,000 years ago. In fact, as early as the reign of Nehru, there was such a dramatic drain of gold to India that there was a considerable anxiety about how to solve the crisis. And one South Indian king sent an official representative to Rome in the 3rd century BC to discuss the question of balance of payments. So this is Indians moving in different forms to different parts of the world. But the idea of Indians going abroad to labor and to earn their livelihood, that doesn't begin until 1829 or 1830, which is the beginning of indentured labor, and that's the beginning of my story. In 1829, 1830, you had the abolition of slavery. And the abolition of slavery meant that the replaced form of labor had to be found. And the question is, what was that? Britain was the first imperial country to abolish slavery in 1833. Sugar, tea, and rubber plantations in different parts of the empire, which had badly depended on slave labor, were asked to find an alternative. So these three major, rubber, tea, sugar, these plantations had to find replacement for slave labor. Where do you find them? They tried out different forms of labor, Portuguese, even Irish form of labor, but they couldn't withstand the harsh conditions of the plantations. And within a few days or weeks, they would leave the plantations. The British then hit upon involving Indians to replace their labor. And by God, Indians fit it perfectly. So that became the starting point of raiding India. And not only raiding India, but telling other empires to do the same. So that we exported people not only to the British colonies, 13 of them at the time, but also the French came and took people from here, Portuguese and others. So when the French abolished slavery in 1848, 50 years after Britain had done, they began to recruit labor, initially from the Indian colonies, and later from British India. The Dutch banned slavery in 1863, 30 years after Britain had abolished. They began recruiting Indian labor 10 years later. And you know what? Indian labor was referred to forcefully to these various counterparts as, and this is quite interesting, this intelligent and industrious people. This is how Indian labor was referred to. They were honest, they were industrious, they did not steal, they did sabotage, they were honest and very intelligent. Therefore, we could trust them and nothing will destroy them. Now that's our reputation, that's the reputation that the indentured laborers' descendants have today. But anyway, that was indentured labor, and I'll tell you in a minute what form it took. That was the first phase of migration. The second phase of migration begins with the post-war phenomenon, where Indians began to come to the UK, Canada, USA, Australia, and so on. And the third phase of migration begins when, after 1970, when our people begin to go to the Gulf states and begin to work there. There are three phases of migration, leaving behind deposits, leaving behind descendants of three phases of migration. And the question that I want to ask, and I have asked in something that I've written, which is, what has happened to these migrants? Children. When the descendants of these migrants arrive and produce, get married, have their children, what do they pass on to their children? After 100 years, is there any continuity between me and my great intention father. What are the changes that our people have gone through during this 200 odd years that we have been, or 50 odd years that we have been migrants? We tend to generalize from our experience in recent countries. What are we doing in the United States? What are we doing in Canada? What are we doing in Wales? So there is no guide. Guide will come from what happens to us in West Indies, in Mauritius, in South Africa. Not a complete guide, but certain persistent long-term trends can only be revealed over a period of generations through interaction, to integrate. So when we integrate and integration and so on, what remains of what we brought from India and what changes? These are the questions that I want to ask very briefly. And also in the case of West Indies and Indonesia, how does language change? Now, Keshav said, and I think he's right, although I have some smaller needs, about the Girmit. That this is one word that we have contributed to English language, so that even Google can't help that. Now, I'm not entirely sure. Something in me resists it as a philosopher. Why? Because why did it happen with our people? Because they were ignorant. They couldn't speak English. I think it's a little. I'm not sure. I think you're right, Keshav. You say agreement, is easy. But then there's another explanation, which is Ashish Ranji's theory, which is quite common, which is when Indians in India were subjected to the British vocabulary, British customs, British practices, what could they do? They couldn't reject them because the British wouldn't accept them. They couldn't accept them, they would look small in their eyes. So what did they do? They took over the custom, twisted it, turned it into their language, and produced something new. So agreement is deliberately taken over by those illiterate Indians who look stupid because they can't speak English. If they wanted, they spoke other words in English without difficulty. Agreement was not the only word. The entire world, the people would have spoken to them in other ways. They let that alone. It's only with agreement. When they took it over, it was the bond of slavery. They took it over, twisted it, and said, give it. Now I find that kind of explanation more satisfying. It's not satisfying as an Indian, but also more satisfying by linguistic criteria. That this was not limited to Girmit, it was applied to customs, practices, beliefs. I mean, if you look at Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, pleading widow remarriage. In Bengal, widows were not allowed to marry. When he started advocating reform, widow remarriage became quite common. The lots of our people could speak pronounced widow. So there's a window. Widow. Now, would you put it down to level, or would you say this is their way of doing this and putting down the bubbles in their place? And I think one should underestimate the cunning, the skill, the cleverness of the ordinary Indian. Well, anyway, there have been these three layers of migration. 1833, with the abolition of slavery, post-slavery, post-Second World War, and post-oil. These three are important landmarks. And it's worth asking yourself, how come they're always post something? The pattern of migration begins post something. And each post has a certain characteristic. I don't have the time because I've only got 7 minutes left. Second World War or First World War migrants are very distinct people. First World War, the Britain had no army, and Germans invaded. How does Britain fight them? They had to go to the Indians. Urgent messages to Indians saying, send our British army. And most of the people who fought were Indians and not the Brits. Because Britain had no army. No, the idea of sending army comes after the First World War. not the war. And Indians fought in thousands and thousands and thousands, and in order to fight and to acclimatize themselves to French territories, and that led to interesting experiences, which I'm rather uneasy about discussing with this distinguished audience. But the Indians, then the Punjabis, Sikhs, settled in parts of France for months and months and months, during which time they developed liaisons with French girls, and they wrote letters home describing how the French girls behaved in bed. And those letters are absolutely fascinating reading. If you need some good bedside reading, I strongly urge you, because these Sikhs, pious looking from outside, they tell nothing about that. Nevertheless, these Sikh soldiers wrote letters to their mothers, fathers, brothers, but always in a manner which the censor should not be able to understand. So how does an army man, army recruit, write a letter to his father in Punjab in such a way that knowing that the censor was going to read his letter and cancel it if it is correct, but he doesn't understand. And our people, again, found a very clever, very clever way of doing it. They've talked about, not to their father and mother, but talked to their wives. In one case, a Sikh gentleman writes to his wife, the French women make love in this way. Why don't you do that too? So you could see that the migration pattern doesn't get limited to medicines and 2,200 doctors. Migration also attempted to intimate relations. And the question for research for any talented young person would be not sexual practices, but what forms of intimacy have traveled from here, from India to the colonies, and colonies to India. And in the process, how has it shaped literature and certain phrases? And if you do some work, I did some work on this, it's absolutely fascinating. Far better than Kama Sutra, whatever. So this is broadly what happened with our migrants. The area we haven't even begun to understand. In order to understand it properly, we'll have to understand intimate areas of human relations and give it a total picture of what migrants can do to the captors and what the captors can do to the migrants. Well, I said I want to say one or two words about indentured labor, because this is what the conference is about. There were two forms of labor to replace slavery. One was contract labor, you work for me and I work for you. I pay a certain amount of money, the kind of labor that takes place now, or indentured labor. Now, contract labor was limited to Burma, Malaysia, and Sri Lanka. Indentured labor was tried out in almost every other colony. And under the indentured labor, the worker, indentured medieval word, contracted himself to plantation, which he was forbidden to leave without a pass. He worked unlimited hours. He worked on the plantation, worked unlimited hours, was not allowed to leave without permission. He was barred from taking any other employment, and in case of misconduct, he was subjected to financial penalty and physical punishment. He was also entitled to free accommodation, food rations, and a fully or partially paid return fare to India. These are the terms on which the indentured labor was recruited. For 5 years, after 5 years, he was free to decide what to do, and then he had two choices: either to renew his indenture or to terminate it and stay back in India, or go back to the West Indies and seek his fortunes. Generally, most people found it helpful for all kinds of reasons to stay. So they stayed as indentured laborers, but at the same time, they were in great deal of pain and agony, and this system continued every 5 years until now, until 1924, when the system was ended. So that's broadly indentured labor, right out in 15 British areas, or 15 colonies, of which 11 were British, 3 French, and 1 Dutch. This is where you find in nature 15 colonies, not just British, but also French and Dutch. Well, all right, I'll say something about the. I want to say one or two things about what remains changed, what is changed, and what remains unchanged. These laborers and others who worked in the West Indies, Mauritius, elsewhere, how did they spend their time? What happened to them? What happened to the children? What were their ambitions for their children? What were the freedoms given to them? And that, in many, many ways, makes a fascinating story. In many parts, very painful, very hurtful to Indians who read about themselves. But in some parts, it's also a story of courage and wisdom. When migrants settled, they were very keen naturally that children should come out of indentured labor. And they sent them to big schools and universities and save money. Education became a priority for our people, which is very important. Send them to big schools and universities, save money, banks, all those facilities were made available, resulting in facilities being given to the migrants. But also, I think in those situations, it's very striking that as they began to settle down, certain changes began to take place, and certain continuities began. And the continuities were, and I just want to emphasize this, which is quite important. What were the areas where things continued? And those areas were music, music continued from one generation to another. Dress, especially clothes of women, continued. Architecture continued in certain areas, but also, as I was saying earlier, some habits and practices. Wherever our indentured laborers or our people have settled, in all those places, some very common things. Female suicide is the highest wherever the Indians are settled. Female suicide. Emphasis on education. Always our people wanted to work hard and go as far as they can. Civil crimes fairly high, stealing car or this whatever, but criminal very low. So you feel certain persistent trends. Also, honor killing or wife murder is reasonably common amongst all people, wherever they are settled and elsewhere, because of caste and other things. But what is striking, again, is very interesting. You ask yourself, what happened to the caste system? Because when they all left, they were all taken as indentured laborers. You are bought, thrown into a boat, and it takes 4 weeks or 6 weeks to get to Trinidad, which many of them did call Trinidad. They go to Trinidad to tell them that this is all land of sugar and honey. Now you were taken to all those places, and the question was, your caste has no meaning. With the result that caste system disappeared. It wasn't positively abolished as it was in India. It disappeared. But there is one caste which remained because they wanted it to remain, the Brahmins. Wherever Indians have settled, Brahmins are acutely aware of their caste, but they want others to forget theirs. And that also is quite common wherever people have settled. And the other thing, and the last point I should stop, that's worth bearing in mind, is what are the new gods and goddesses we have acquired. Hindus are very fond of goddesses and gods. And if you look at our history over the last several thousand years, we have added Hanuman and Nalai and all those gods, one after the other. Migration. What are the gods that we have imported from the black people, the white people? And what are the gods we have given up because they are laughed at? And it's again very interesting that in the talking about gods and goddesses, the text that became very important and very important source of new ideas was Ramayana. I'm competing in the Welsh Parliament Right. So I think it's quite last week. Amongst gods and goddesses, and I want to leave you with this text because it's worth bearing in mind. Among the sacred texts that the Hindus in particular took with them, there was no place for Bhagavad Gita. Only the Brahmins could read it, and even they had no interest. There was no scope for other religious texts. The one that became particularly important and remains so until now is Ramayana, not Mahabharata, which was considered incendiary, dangerous. Even now, even when I was growing up in India, I was told that Mahabharata was not to be read every evening. It was at least family war. It's a story about family wars and war. The text we read was Ramayana. And I have often wondered why amongst the plantations, sugar plantations, tea plantations, rubber plantations, all over, in 15 colonies, Ramayana was regularly read and recited. But before you answer the question, you have to find out what Kandan Ramayana was read. There are 15 different Ramayans. There is Kandan Ramayana, Ramayana, Kerala, Ramayana from Bengal. What Ramayana was read? What was read into it? And what is striking? Again, you can tell something about the Hindu and other hang-ups. In Ramayana, there was text where the caste appears in a very interesting way. In Mahabharata, all the Pandits, all the great men are Brahmins or Kshatriyas. In Ramayana, Valmiki is a tribal. Shabari is a tribal woman. Ramayana, in that sense, is casteless, which is why BJP and others also jump on it. Ram Mandir, all right, Krishna Mandir is dangerous because Krishna is a dangerous character. You can see how use like, as the chief minister was rightly saying, you can use Ramayana to understand your own society and vice versa. So when you see how Ramayana was read, you begin to see how these bits were understood. But also in Ramayana, and there was another thing, you have the story of brothers and sisters and how brothers and sisters should live. But you also have the intimate part of life, what happens when your wife is attracted to somebody else. And be like Sita. That's the message of the mind. So whenever I ask people who live through this on plantations, what was emphasized in the mind? One of the things emphasized in the mind was be pure like Sita and be a chaste and a loyal brother like Bharat. So you can see the history of migration. You can go on. I should stop there. Far beyond my time. But I want to tell you that the history of migration is a fascinating history. It's a history which tells us about our own people, about ourselves, and how the changes that we have undergone, and those changes we will not understand, and the bad habits and good habits that we have developed, they will not understand unless they understand the history of our people, including in the ancient world. Thank you.
Shaking hands and signifying unity of purpose.
Thank you so very much, Lord Warren. It was absolutely insightful. You explain the history, such complex history with so much cohesiveness. I think we need a whole day session with yourself. So thank you once again. Big round of applause for Lord Thomas. May I now request Professor Singer to to come on the stage for the further felicitation, and I'll invite Jane Hutt as well. Sorry, is there?
So it's a great pleasure to recognize some iconic personalities today. Firstly, I'd like to introduce you to Julia Morley, CBE. She is an international icon and has conducted and managed the Miss World International competition for the past many decades. She's not just a figurehead, but she's a trailblazer, a champion of inclusivity, and a beacon of compassion. Under her guidance, the pageant has undergone a remarkable evolution, embracing diversity in all its forms and redefining beauty with a purpose. A groundbreaking initiative that goes beyond the superficial trappings of beauty. The program serves as a beautiful platform for the contestants' champion causes that are close to their heart. We've got one such beauty sitting with us here today, I believe, who's a doctor, Dr. Bhasha Mukherjee, and you'll have the chance to interact with her in the future and learn what she is championing. And Julia's program has championed issues like healthcare, sustainability, environment, period poverty, and many such social initiatives. But what sets her apart is a total commitment to diversity and inclusivity. So from being a white predominant pageant, the Miss World has now become so inclusive that we have champions, Miss Worlds from various parts of the world almost every year. Last year it was Poland, this year it's Czech Republic. In 2019 it was Tony and Singh, an Indo-Jamaican, Girmit herself, who was actually due to be here today, but unfortunately because of flight problems could not come. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in applauding the extraordinary contributions of Julia Morley, CBE. May I also invite Jane Hutt, Government Chief Whip and Trefinet of the Senate, to come and give away the award.
First, I'm greatly honored to be here today and to listen to the wisdom of such an incredible man. I sat opposite him last night, and his years may have put him in what we assume a retired position, but he will never retire. He's always looking, he's always searching, he's reading in advance. I'm not sure I agree with everything he said, because from another point of view, I can see it, like my dad. I was born, my mother was a housewife. We had 9 children, but we all had music, and my father said it was the essence of all languages. We should be proud. My mother boiled bones to make a soup. We managed, and it was fine. He did tell me about many of the things that all young men no choice, all had to go to the front. And I think the 1418 war was a pretty tough one. But I think that, you know, we all have the opportunity now to learn about all the things that affected all of us in different ways. I know that when our house got blown up, my family wanted a shelter Dad made in the garden. And what we all laughed about was Mother had made us have our dinner in the shelter. But when the bomb came and hit the front and closed the shelter front, dust became covering our food. And in the garden, when they got us out, was that actually it was swinging a staircase in the breeze. Do you know what was in the garden? Mother's dinner in the oven, standing upright. So she was the only one that day. And it wasn't laughter, it was fun. It wasn't fun. We were funny because we were kids, tiny things. But she realized with my dad what a terrible situation we were all in. There was no home left. Like many people, when they travel and they look for another way and another place to live. There is difficulty, but there's also kindness. And wherever you go in the world, there are people that are quite disgusting, horrible, inhuman. I often feel very sorry for them, because the best way to be is to find a friend that you can actually enjoy and trust and learn about. So I think education today is a brilliant one, because we're more able to be inclusive. And for me, the greatest thing is I work with 164 countries, but we don't all come in at once, but they're communicating in many parts of the world. I don't like to be specific because everyone's welcome, but we are getting a lot of people now that discover that it's not really a bad thing to try and come in and see us and meet with us. So my job is for 1 month, this is Joy on a job, to get everybody together and discover each other. So each country shares another room with another person, and they can be whatever they are. They may be doctors, lawyers, they may be just ordinary kids still at school. What it does is make friends all over the world. I have to tell you a very quick story, very funny. I was on an aircraft, I don't remember where I was going, and a lovely round lady looked at me, you know, and she was I don't know, a grandmother, a nice young grandmother. She had grey hair, and she was comfortable, and, you know, just cuddly. And she said, Jem, that's my initial, Jem, do you remember me? And I didn't know what to say. And I said, well, I vaguely, I know, because she's so wanted. She said, I was in Sri Lanka in 1961 or something. And she was so proud, that was the point. And she'd made friends, and she was still all the friends around. She went in and be a list of all the ladies she was speaking to. And I was so blessed, and I realized how important it is that in kindness to each other, no matter how clever you are, how you think you don't know something, if you're kind, you have an impact on people. And when my job is to take children who need surgery, it's getting better now. It was awful at one stage where so many children required help. Whether it was, yes, I'm running out of time, I'll be very quick. When it was Mauritius, where babies came, whether it was Africa, wherever it was in the world, they came and they shared my bed while they were getting better. And I think that's why for me it's an unusual thing not to feel love and not to feel respect for everyone. And I know that this world, beautiful place, I've got amazing women, and I'm so proud of them. And the first time I've been invited to talk about it is the So thank you for giving me this opportunity.
It's now my pleasure to introduce you to Professor Martin Stegel, Pro Vice Chancellor of University of South Wales, who has consistently exemplified the highest standards of leadership, empathy, and advocacy for marginalized communities, particularly Black, Asian, and minority ethnic backgrounds. His commitment to equality is not just a professional obligation, it is deeply ingrained in his psyche and permeates every aspect of his work and interactions. And he has been responsible for fostering a culture of inclusivity in the university, ensuring that every student and staff member feels valued and respected and empowered to succeed regardless of their background. Beyond the confines of the university, Professor Steggall's impact reverberates throughout the community and in the BAME communities in particular. He's a great supporter and champion of Papio, and through his work, we have done some wonderful things together. In times of adversity, he is a steadfast ally and a source of comfort and support to all of us. And in recognition of his exemplary contribution to advancing equality, diversity, and inclusion, we honor Professor Martin Steggall with this award with our deepest gratitude and thanks. Jane.
So I've been invited to say a few words which I haven't prepared for. So I don't feel worthy, but it's a great honour. I almost recognise some of the things you said about me, actually. So thank you very much indeed. I don't have anything more to say. Delighted to be here. Fantastic work, and I think all the accolades going to you and your organising team for such work today. Thank you very much.
In honor of Dr. Poonam Singh's outstanding commitment to promoting equality, diversity, and cultural heritage, we are privileged to give her this award. As the President of India Central Cardiff and trustee of the Indus Trust, she has demonstrated unparalleled dedication to fostering inclusivity, preserving South Asian heritage, and nurturing harmonious interfaith and intercommunity relations in Wales. Her leadership has always been marked by steadfast determination to create a welcoming environment where individuals and from all backgrounds and faiths feel valued and celebrated. She has worked tirelessly to ensure the preservation and promotion of South Asian heritage in Wales, from organizing cultural events, exhibitions to supporting educational initiatives. She has enriched the fabric of Welsh society by sharing the richness and diversity of South Asian traditions, art, and custom. She has been a beacon of hope and unity, fostering meaningful dialogue and collaboration between faith, cultural communities to build bridges of understanding and empathy. She has led example with compassion, integrity, and unwavering resolve. Her visionary leadership and unwavering commitment to equality, diversity, and culture preservation serve as a shining example for all of us. In recognition of her extraordinary contribution to promoting equality, diversity, and cultural heritage, we extend our heartfelt appreciation to Dr. Poonam Singhal, honoring her as a trailblazer and catalyst for positive change in Wales and beyond.
Thank you, everyone. Now I would like to invite Jane Hutt, MS, CBE, who has spent her early childhood in Uganda and Kenya, and is the longest serving minister in Dutch government. She is currently the chaplain and the government chief whip She was appointed CBE in 2023 birthday honor. Jane?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for inviting me to join you here at this such important conference, the Girmit International Conference today, and I'm really honoured to be here with you. And can I just start by thanking Professor Keshab Singhal and everyone involved in organising this conference. And I know how much hard work and commitment and effort has gone into making today possible. And we're so appreciative of this. And I mean, just being here, listening to our really esteemed speakers and meeting with you all today, we all feel this is a truly great occasion. And it's also great because actually we were joined by those young people, wasn't it, Bob Carrick, who was able to hear some of your words of wisdom earlier on. So this is the Centre for Our Democracy here in Wales, our Senedd, our Welsh Parliament. What an important place to be for this international conference. But I'm also very proud to celebrate with you today and to mark Girmit today on 14th of May. And of course, we weren't aware of this till you brought it to our attention. And what we're doing today is recognising and acknowledging the impact the Indian diaspora and Roma communities have had here in Wales and across the world. And we've heard about this and already, and we'll hear more about how Girmit Day recognises the history and culture of indentured Girmit House labourers. And I know already today's conference is exploring the nearly 1,000-year history of the Girmit House, a journey from India, starting with Roma gypsies to Girmit House to the modern-day Indian diaspora. And also just to learn, and that's what we're here for so many of us to learn of the stories of the indentured labourers who faced adversity as they were sent to colonial countries throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, now settled across the world, including here in Wales. You've uncovered history for us by bringing this conference together today. We need to understand this, not just today, not just on the 14th of May. We need to consider our response as a Welsh Government, as a response as a Welsh Parliament here today, in our Senedd, but also for Wales and our society. So we're going to hear much more from speakers today, hear of the stories of the Indian and Roma communities who, in the face of this adversity, have found a home in Wales. A Wales where we're proud to call ourselves, to aspire to be a nation sanctuary. It's important that we recognise the injustices, the hardship and distress faced by the indentured labourers, the treacherous journeys they took on old slave ships, the slave barracks they were forced to live in. And their lives were hard. They were paid very little and received no legal protection. Their strength and resilience shown in the face of such adversity is something we need to learn of, we need to be proud of, we need to recognise and honour. And when Professor Singhal spoke of the Girmit people, and I think it was some time ago, perhaps last year, Keshab, he told me of the 1.6 million indentured labourers from India sent to all parts of the empire after the abolition of slavery. We've heard those of that this morning. But he said in his message to me, they were no better than slaves in reality. And of course, Lord Carrick has so vividly described this for us today. So when the indenture system was banned, some were given the option to return home, but many were not. And for those that stayed, their situation and that of their coming generations remained fraught with difficulties. And for those who stayed and made Wales their home, the Girmit communities have contributed hugely to all spheres of life in Wales, sectors in Wales, such as our beloved NHS, our care services, hospitality, manufacturing, business, relying on migrant labour to resource and meet labour market demands. Girmit communities have contributed significantly to these important sectors in particular, and we're grateful for that contribution. And I'm glad to see so many here from our public services, our businesses and professions. The Indian and Roma communities that stayed in Wales have shared their cultural heritage and traditions, and I think we'll obviously share more of that here today. Your contributions will continue to be preserved for future generations, but I think the word preserve is perhaps a bit too static. It's preserving, but it's also developing, and that's what it is so great to see as the cultural celebrations that we all take part in, our Indo-Cymru heritage that's really developed here in Wales. Now, I just want to say that finally a few words about the importance of our anti-racist Wales action plan, because we have a vision of an anti-racist Wales in which everyone can live and thrive, regardless of their race, faith or ethnic background, without prejudice or barriers. And we are committed to collaborating with Black, Asian and minority ethnic people throughout Wales, recognising the history of these communities to shape that anti-racist Wales in which we all aspire to live and thrive in. And to influence, for example, our curriculum, as we actually move forward with our commitment to embed Black history and heritage in the curriculum. And that's again why it's so great that we're here today and children are already imbibing that understanding. But rolling out our curriculum in this way is so important. Because we have to learn the histories, learn the lesson and the history of our Girmit communities. So important to all of us in Wales, learning about it, helping to shape the future generation of young people who have a deeper awareness of our collective anti-racist Welsh identity. So we're very proud indeed to, as a Welsh government, to support the first international Girmit conference in Wales, and it is the first of many in future years. It will be the first of conferences where we can build on the learning today, can't we, in terms of understanding and recognising experiences of communities, the Girmit communities of Wales and across the world. And I think it is very fitting that this first international conference is taking place this week, Girmit Day, forthcoming on the 14th of May, but also because this week, for those who perhaps have come to Wales for this conference today, this week we are also celebrating 25 years, our first 25 years of devolution. We are still a young and growing democracy here in Wales, and we were very proud to be here on Tuesday celebrating that 25 years. And 25 years, in fact, a quarter of a century since I was first elected to what was then the National Assembly for Wales. And I'm very glad to see Alan Michael here, Right Honourable Alan Michael here, and many will recognise that those origins of the 25 years. And of course, Mark Drakeman spoke earlier on, our former First Minister, and I know you'll hear from the First Minister as well today, and meet many of our elected members as the day meeting progress. So yes, I was really pleased to have that elicitation. Thank you again to Julia for that today. That's really a profound contribution as well. So as we mark 25 years of devolution, you've chosen the right time to have this international conference. Lord Lieutenant, thank you for the honour of you joining us here today. It's a really important occasion. There's much more to learn as we move through the day. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you.
It is indeed a great pleasure to have Jane Hutt here with us today. She's the architect of Anti-Racist Wales, which is a landmark legislation, which is Wales is the first country in the world to enact such a legislation, enshrining equality, diversity, inclusion, and active anti-racism into legislation. And it's all due to Jane, and we are so proud and so happy to have her with us, and she's been constant support. A small token of our appreciation, Jane, for all that you've done, for all that
Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Professor Singhal. We now will have tea or coffee in 10 minutes. So this is our last presentation just before we break for coffee. But there is so much more excitement this afternoon and after the coffee break. So don't go anywhere. It gives me a great pleasure now to introduce Dr. Niharika Singhal, who is a senior faculty member at Government Fine Arts College, Gwalior in India. She has a master's degree in fine arts and a PhD in creative arts. She incorporates user-centered approach into her designs using artificial intelligence for creative arts. She will be now talking to us about reimagining Girmit art through artificial intelligence. Let's hear it for Niharika Singhal.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very excited to be here. Thank you, everyone, for joining me here today. I would like to tell you something that I find truly fascinating. Have you ever come across a painting that is so captivating that it stays with you even long time after you have seen it? With that being said, let me show you one painting and let's see if you can recognize it. Can anybody in the audience recognize the painting? Yeah. So this is Last Supper by Leonardo Vinci, and we all know that it is about Jesus Christ and his 13 apostles. They are taking the last meal together. Similarly, this painting, can anybody recognize this? Yeah. Yeah, so this is by Michelangelo. This is Creation of Adam, and it tells the story of how God created human being. And there's this hand, it is not meeting, yet we can see a communication between two figures. Now, do we know any Girmit paintings? We don't. So let me show you some of them. So this painting here tells story of how Girmits were signing this agreement that will change their life forever, that will take them to a foreign land. They were going there for searching work. Or they'll come back. They were lured into indentured labor. And this painting shows an unrealistic line. You can see people in the background. There's a huge line. It is very unrealistic. So I have tried to capture all the diaspora that happened in one single painting. This painting is of the ship that took Girmits to another land. So we can see the gap between the people on the ship and those on the shore. This gap, this is a silent communication going on among the people on the ship and on the shore. They are leaving their families forever and they might not come back. So nobody is waving their hands, but they're silently looking at each other in hope that we might never meet again. This painting is when they arrive in Fiji and they are taken into indentured labor. They are forced to bear a lot of burden, something very difficult for people to do. And men and women are treated the same way. All of them have to carry very heavy loads. In the foreign lands, they are not able to provide food for their kids. Here we can see a mother, she is unable to feed her children. And she doesn't want her kids to see her cry, so she buried her face in her hands. She doesn't want her kids to see her cry, so they'll use hope. This elder man is a symbol of the man who arrived in a foreign land and has now accepted this foreign land as his home. He now knows that there is no going back. When he came to this foreign land, he brought himself the legacy, that is the Indian culture and the Ramayana. Now it is his duty to pass down his legacy to the generations to come. He tells the story of Rama's exile and never to lose hope even in the darkest hour. So these paintings were created by me with the help of AI. Now the question is, can these paintings be created very easily? People think that it is very simple to give command to AI and the AI will create the painting, but it is not the case. Let me show you the challenges I faced while creating these paintings. Here, I tried to create a painting of a Girmit slave who was being punished by a British official. But the AI has created the Indian man in a way, in a very commanding position. He doesn't look like a slave. So it is very difficult to make AI understand what I have in mind, what I have pictured. In this another case, AI was totally unable to differentiate between two different ethnic groups. He has created only the black people, even the official is black, and it just doesn't reflect what I was trying to communicate. Here, this case it's a total absurd photographic thing. The AI has mixed folk art of Bhojpur and the realistic photograph. So it has created something that just doesn't make sense. Here, if you look closely, you will see the arms of this man, they are twisted. So for AI, AI sees it as a person who is playing golf, but we humans, we can see that it's not the case, the hands are twisted. So let me show you one of the process. This is the final result. In this painting, the man stands in a commanding position. He tells the people to, he's not empathetic to them. They are carrying a lot of load, and yet he looks in a very commanding position, and he looks like he's telling them to continue. But before creating it, there were many attempts and iterations. This was the first prompt. So you can see the bananas lying there in a very big pile, and it just looks absurd, and the people are carrying something very different, not the bananas. And the man who was supposed to be their commander, he is he's wearing a science lab coat, and he's totally, he's not related to the scene going next to him. This was the second attempt. Here, the man looks like he's from a future, and it doesn't look like 18th century costume that he's wearing. In this attempt, AI misplaced the perspective, the arrangement of figures. The man is shorter than those who are behind them, so it has totally missed the perspective. Here also, we can see the figure of this man is much smaller than those in the back, and also the costume. It doesn't look like a British costume. In this, the posture of the figures that are carrying the bananas is totally gone wrong, and the man is also the man who was supposed to be the commander. He's in very different clothing. So, how AI helps artists? Let me tell you a little bit about that. When an artist is trained in a particular style, it might take him a lifetime to understand and master that style. But with the help of AI, we can create multiple styles. Just one artist can create multiple types of painting. We can experiment with watercolors, gouache paintings, folk arts, and oil paintings. Let me show you some examples. This one is an illustration. It's a gouache painting. Previously, we saw oil paintings, but AI is able to create gouache paintings as well. This is another example of gouache painting. This is a contemporary art style. This painting, I have named it the Girmit diaspora. You can see the people leaving their hometowns and coming, you can see them coming out of the frame, like they're leaving their home behind. And there is the sea and the ships, they can be seen. It symbolizes the Girmit diaspora. This painting is an watercolor. So AI was very good with watercolors, and an artist, as I am an artist, I know how much time it takes to master this single style. So with the help of AI, the creativity of an artist can go up to 10 times. So that's a very important thing. This painting is oil. The strokes are not mixed very well. So this is one of the style, Impressionists use this style for their paintings. This is another oil painting. It's the journey on the ship while when they were given food, it was not even enough, and they were made to sit in very cold weather on the deck of the ship. There was no tables or any chairs. They were just made to sit on the deck, and food was not even enough. This is same as the banana painting I showed you earlier, but this is in a different style. So AI can experiment with multiple styles and create once in the scene in variety of painting styles. This is a landscape of Fiji sugarcane fields. So you can see people working there, and this one is an oil painting. Now AI can also experiment with photographs. I have taken the photograph of an Indian mother and child in Trinidad, and I asked the AI to help me create an oil painting for that. So here it has created this oil painting. This is another example of the painting we saw earlier. It is depicted in a different way. We can see the girl, she is elder to her brothers, and she is giving them whatever is left. She's giving them that because it's like she thinks that younger people, they need more food. So this thing created a very strong bond between the Girmit people because they saw their elders sacrifice a lot for them. Now, I asked AI to create some portraits for Shiv Sagar Ramgulam, who is the first Prime Minister of Mauritius. AI can create these portraits in different types of angles. We can also make portraits, we might be looking at the front, in different sides. So AI can help us to create a variety of portraits. This is Nalini Naidu. And this portrait was also created with a photograph, and AI has helped me to create this oil painting. This is Farzana Kauntal. Now, what I expect to do in the future is to create some Bhojpuri folk art. I want to train AI so that it can create Girmit diaspora stories in Bhojpuri folk art, which is their traditional method. We don't find any Bhojpuri paintings of Girmit diaspora. So I aspire to do that in the future. We can also create calendars with paintings printed on them and distributed among the people so that this history doesn't get lost. We can bring these paintings, as you can see some of them here. We can have them in our homes and gift them so that we don't forget this history. These paintings can also be printed on merchandise, for example, on cups, on cushion covers, on caps, on t-shirts. so that it can communicate with the younger generation. They might be interested in such kind of merchandise, and these paintings can help us to do that. We can also train artists in AI to create these Girmit paintings, and so that the stories of these people doesn't get lost. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I now invite Lord Lieutenant Mohammed Meredith to come and offer an award to Dr. Niharika Singh. I take that. Thank you, everyone. Time for a warm up. It's all set right in the background. We have 20 minutes. We'll see you shortly. Thank you.
Coming out of the box.
Hello? It's a good
Over the 6 over. Tea or coffee? We have some cake.
Birthday party.
अच्छा take the picture. अच्छा picture look good with small.
Can we do the honors? Much bigger than this one. She's a big one maker. This one maker, yeah.
Ready?
Just an HD and I'll make it right now. And so I see some people of yes,
इसको ढूंढ रहे हैं
जो इंग्लिश से लेडी है
यही करना ही था मुझे यहाँ पे
नहीं बच्चा कहना नहीं खड़ा हो
गरम गरम खाता गरम गरम लंच
यदि खाए तो बात कर
All well, yeah.
Yeah, just like yeah.
Going very well so far. Thank you.
Can I just ask a question? Did you ask for coffee to be served down here or?
I don't remember.
Okay.
My impression was going to get
Yeah, I mean, just like catering is served downstairs. I was just, I think like the Muslims upstairs and you're okay. Yeah. So. It's,
everybody's happy, I think.
oh, they do. So, yeah. So well, definitely.
Wonderful space.
It is kind of, but you could see when you the multiple element of the building.
But they were very well behaved.
They always are, honestly, you see, it's such a big group. Uh-oh, but they're all fabulous. So I never have any worries about that. So, yeah, this youngsters coming into a problem. So I love to see that. But it's a good company here, isn't it?
Because like this, yeah.
I got be there. But you understand, you're staying for the dinner, right? Yeah. Meet all the girls and we get the evening. What we're gonna do? We're going to the place. We'll buy a good champagne before dinner. What I got is Julia. He's the best. Like Julia. Did. Like this. I think that. It's a very brief, but you did. That is and he started that project with us long many years ago. And we used to run it from there was public side. The little machine he had taken the machine from us, $860,000. One he donated to the delivery. And one in the city they kept thinking that they would try to give it to work. But you know that machine will take 200 a day. And there is no economy. Now his partner couldn't do the back. Between the two of them, it's a very, very good. And I found million licensing in South Africa. Very good. They come to a big scale of she is going to take a part. She thinks that she can pass the government and be so she will start with the product. Use the premium and the retail product, and then we find a way to having a joint venture.
Ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes warning before we make a start again.
Maybe I could just pop this on the table. Is that okay? I'll just pop it there and I'll take it back in a second. Great work. It was really enjoyable. Thank
कितनी बड़ी है वो ईमेल कर दो उसको मैं आपको व्हाट्सएप कर देता हूँ हाँ व्हाट्सएप कर दो मेरे को इसमें से खोल दो है ना इसमें से खोल के और इसमें तुम ईमेल में जाके सर्च करोगे तो शेयर पॉइंट खुला ही हुआ है मेरे ख्याल में शेयर पॉइंट बी ओपन
आपके यहाँ पे वाईफाई है क्या? मैं अपने लैपटॉप से भेज दूँ?
वाईफाई है ना, ये इनसे ले लो।
ठीक है, मैं लैपटॉप
वो तुम्हारी मेरे ख्याल में अपलोड हुई ही नहीं कभी।
अपलोड ही नहीं हुई ना।
हाँ, तो मैं वही कह रहा हूँ उससे कि वी विल फिनिश ऑफ विद दैट।
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा, फिर फिनिश पे कर दो।
हाँ, ये देखो बिहार का एक पेज खोल रखा है शेयर पॉइंट वाला, ठीक है। तो इसको सिर्फ अपलोड करना है और जहाँ भी डाउनलोड पे वो भेज देगा, यहाँ से अपलोड हो जाएगी, फिर विल प्ले इट दैट।
ये लो ये लो ये लो। इसमें भेजेगा ना। अरे मेरा इतना है नहीं वैसे। जो मिलना चाहिए तो चलो कोई बात नहीं। मेरा केक किसका, चाची का? हाँ, मैंने खाया नहीं। वो भी कितनी सुंदर है। शक्ल मैंने कहा आपके पास इसीलिए आई। मैं सैंडी से पूछती हूँ कि क्या सीन है उसका। आ गई डाउनलोड। आ गई डाउनलोड। कहाँ से होगी? चलो फिर ईमेल कर रहा हूँ।
ये भी मेरी प्रेजेंटेशन में चला देंगे।
ऐसा कर लो। हो जाता है। तुम्हारी किस अच्छी लग रही है अगर कुछ समझ में बट इतना कम है ये खोल के दिया था
इसमें डालना
ये वाला कितना भी है
ये शेयर पॉइंट पे है ना
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I request everybody to settle down, please, so we will continue with the next agenda item. For those who haven't been able to grab their teas or coffees, please grab them and feel free to continue to drink as you enjoy the next presenter. Thank you. If I could request everybody to settle down again. Thank you. For those who haven't been able to grab a cup yet, please feel free to grab it and take a seat. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Final call for everybody to settle down, please. We have quite a jam-packed plan for the day. Thank you ever so much. Let me now introduce you to Ajay Chavra, who is the co-founder and co-artistic director of Nutcut London. He is of Indo-Fijian heritage and a passionate advocate for Girmitias, as his grandfather Lalji Maharaj was a Girmitian. Nutcut, his theatre group, has showcased the lives and sufferings of Girmitias. So Ajay will be talking about Girmitias, the superheroes of our time. Big round of applause for Ajay.
So here we are. What a pleasure it is to be here with you all today. Good morning and namaste. Thank you first of all to Professor Keshav Singhal and Mrs. Singhal and the Indus Trust for inviting me here today. It's an honor to be here at the Senate, and I begin my 15 minutes in true Indian style by firstly recognizing my two teachers, my two Welsh teachers, Mr. Evans, my head teacher at my primary school as a child, and Mr. Lloyd, my religious education teacher in high school. They would both greet us in Southeast London every morning with a positive
Oriana. And both of them had that special ability of listening, encouraging, and having a direct approach to difficult subjects and conversations. Girmit is a difficult subject and one not to be ignored. Accessibility and universality has been missing from the story of indentured labour. Universal in that once we start to dig deeper, we soon discover similar stories in many communities across many nations. As so clearly described this morning from a Welsh perspective from Professor Drake. And accessible in that this story has largely been confined to short paragraphs or chapters in academia, as described so clearly and with such humour by Lord Byron this morning. And when this history is taught in our schools, a place of mutual understanding and respect and empathy begins to manifest and develop, as described by Jane Hutt this morning, so clearly about how important it is to teach these histories in our schools. Now, my proposal here in the Senate today, if Wales and the Ministry of Education finds a way of teaching the Girmit story for 1 hour in one academic year to one year group, you'll be the first country in the world teaching Girmit history. And that's possible. We're already on that journey. I mean, the journey started, it's long before being here. We're here, and the people who can make this happen are in this room today. Now, I'm going to make you do some work, really easy. I'm going to ask you, if you had a superpower, what would it be? Don't overthink it. What immediately comes to your mind? Now, you may knowingly or unknowingly be using it in your daily lives right now. Despite the exploitation, the greed, the desperate conditions, these young men and women have that all-encompassing universal superpower of hope. Jane Morley spoke so eloquently at dinner last night about the idea and the ambition and that human desire of hope. That hope, Jean, that things can get better, that things will improve. My story begins on a film set. I was shooting an episode of a British crime drama and found myself with a fellow actor, who some of you may know, Tom Holland. We're a similar age, so we had similar references. We started chatting between the scenes, and we discovered that his great-great-grandfather was a Victorian botanist in the mid-19th century. And his job was to travel the empire, his bag full of samples, of cuttings, rubber, sugar, tea, etc. And then his job was to see which of those plant specimens would grow in that country or that region. He'd come back to London, the Royal Botanical Gardens at Kew, report back and so on. And if a particular sapling worked, it remained. If it didn't, they would start all over again. This was the era of the new British Industrial Revolution, where the mass production of plantations became the new wealth creators. Now, whilst Tom's great-great-great-grandfather was traveling the world with these lovely plant cuttings, my great-great-grandfather was whiling away in a little village with no food, money, famine, in the land that time had forgotten, in the middle of nowhere. These two polar opposites, the scientist and the farmer, the weak and the powerful, and now, almost 150 years later, the two great-grandchildren are sitting cheek by jowl at a time that has changed so much. Their great-great-grandparents would never have met. Over the next 10 minutes, I'm just going to take you through 14 different slides. Some of them I'll work through quite quickly. But this gives you an idea of a project that we created. And similarly to the AI presentation earlier, we created a VR film, a 360 film, and you created a graphic novel to engage a whole new generation in this story of sepia, which largely sits in, as I said earlier, paragraphs or chapters of academic books. And the idea was to kind of bring it out to the public in general. So I run a company, that's my name, Ajay. I run a company called Nutcut. Nutcut means mischievous. Everything we do, we embody mischief and fun and comedy. And that's the idea of reeling people in. And once you make them laugh, then you tell them serious stuff. I think it often works better that way around than the other way around. Our values are curiosity, always being curious, always. You know, from the moment we come into this world to the moment we leave, curiosity kind of embodies that spirit. Culture in all of its aspects, music, dance, poetry, fashion, architecture, design. And to be relevant, to constantly remain in touch with our past, but making sure that our past is relevant now and into our future. And partnerships. Nothing happens without communication. Nothing happens without connection. Nothing happens without speaking to people. I stuttered and wore national health frames as a 15-year-old. I couldn't look anyone in the eye. I found it really difficult. But as I got older, I just threw myself into conversations. And there was a turning point where I stopped worrying about it. That's a story for another day. But partnerships are really important. Girmit is the project that we created. We called it the Girmit Experience. We wanted it to be an immersive experience. It's the third of a trilogy, as Lord Barrett was talking earlier. He spoke about the Great War and the contribution made by young Indian men between 1914 and 1918. 50 million young men fought on the Western Front. If they hadn't have arrived in Marseille in September 1914 and stood on the Western Front in November, we may never have seen a Christmas. I mean, history often misses some of these aspects of our history. So the first project was Doctor Blighty, marking the centenary of the Great War. The second project was Never Set Eyes. Never Set Eyes is a line from a poem written by W.H. Auden, and it's about the partition of India. Again, 15 million people crossing from one border to another, which still remains the largest mass migration in history. And then, of course, the third project was Girmit. And Girmit, as we've heard, is the global story of the movement of people across the world and intention. And the story of Girmit is the final part of this trilogy of global moments that marks the movement of Indians across the globe in the 20th century. The Girmit Experience is a 360 VR oral history project at the intersection of art, history, and technology. From fingerprints to footprints. Fingerprints used to identify the illiterate, those who couldn't sign their names, and those many footsteps made across the globe. Two items where our story begins. I brought them with me today. One of our partners was the Royal Botanical Gardens in Kew, and this is where the sugarcane was tested. With it was a garden. It wasn't a horticultural garden. It was a garden of science. And so I brought today something really quite symbolic. A dry bit of sugarcane. And that's where I wanted our story to start. What was the idea of this sugar? What was it? Was it just to grow and feed people? Was it to grow and ensure that that country's economy flourished? It was more than that. It was about big money. It was about making sure that the engine of the empire grew. So it's really important for us to start our story right at the beginning, with nature, with ecology, with the environment, and something that we can all relate to. Each indentured labourer signed an agreement, as we heard earlier, before they left in India. And this is the agreement of my great-grandfather, signed in February 1904 in Calcutta. 25 years ago, I was in Fiji, I went to the archives. My family was saying, why are you going to the archives? There's nothing there. These are just bits of paper. I photocopied this, brought it back, sat at home for decades. And then in the last few years, that moment of wonder became really useful. And each of the indentured labourers, whether they went to Mauritius, West Indies, South Africa, Fiji, and other places, each of them had this piece of paper, meticulously detailed. The name of the place of birth, their father's name, age, caste, next of kin, district in which they were born, Khana, village, bodily marks, occupation in India, height. My great-grandfather was 5'6.5" and he had a scar on his chest. And each of these was signed by the surgeon superintendent, who was a doctor, to make sure that these young men and women were fit enough to spend 3 months sailing across 2 oceans and then working for 15, 16, 17 hours a day for 6 days a week, living in awful conditions. They had to be the right weight standard of fitness. And once they signed their indenture, they signed their life away. This is the ship, Ems, that was built in Glasgow, that my great-grandfather sailed on. And this is a flour junkie, or a flour grinder, or a flour mill, brought from India by my great-grandfather, that fed 1,000 members of our family. It was the mill that ground the spices, that brought the spices together, that gave flavour to food, which was the only thing that really held them together and gave them some form of comfort. My maternal great-grandfather, Lali Maharaj, as he became known, and Sita Maharaj. Lali Maharaj passed away in the late 50s, and Sita Maharaj passed away in 1980. I never met either. Economic botany became the all-encompassing financial driver of the 19th century through the movement of people around the world. And now the journey that they took from central India to Calcutta onto Fiji. And this is where it all began. Here, my great-grandfather as a graphic novel. I've got copies here, but it's available online, which I'll show you. I went back to his birthplace. We always grew up knowing that he was born underneath a peepal tree. Peepal tree is a very familiar tree in that part of the world. But it was a bit of an urban myth. Oh, he grew up under people. Sometimes you think, my grandfather was born under an oak tree somewhere in the middle of nowhere. But we found the peepal tree. Access, as I mentioned earlier, is crucial in telling these stories, and they begin with the stroke of a pen. We created the world's first Girmit graphic novel, and I travelled back to the actual village here, 110 years after he left. And it was the final missing link in our family's chain. Now, we could go through our lives thinking, it doesn't make any shred of difference where our great-grandparents are born. But there was something really important about when my wife and I had children, I didn't want to have that conversation that I had been having with my father and grandparents. Where are we from? Oh, we think we're from UP. Where are we from? We think we're from there. I just wanted to fulfill that last final bit of the jigsaw. So made this epic, adventurous journey. And where he came from really is the land that time forgot. It's in the geographical centre of India, in a village called Satwahari, in a district called Rewa, in a state called Madhya Pradesh. So in order to make the project, we had partners for a range of platforms, funders, museums, archives, tech festivals, all of these coming together. The National Archives in London, the Fiji Museum, the Arts Council in England, etc., etc. And I just wanted to demonstrate some of these just to show you the power of partnerships and when partners come together and start to speak the same language, how these stories can really amplify. The Girmit experience was part of the Memory of the World records for UNESCO, the United Nations. And there were a number of metrics. We created a 360 film. We were part of a global tech festival, a graphic novel, and we created sonic sounds from the sugarcane. So we actually put sound sensors into the living sugarcane and created a soundtrack, which again is available on the website, which I'll show you at the end. We tried to tell the same story through different lenses. So from a graphic novel to a 360 film, to soundscapes, to a book, to oral histories. And it was really important to kind of, start to see that different people, different generations would engage with the same story, but through different methods. So this was our sort of starting point. Right from the beginning, it was really important for us not to just write a graphic novel, but to create a number of different outputs. In a week of the project being launched, we had 250,000 people engaged. We reached 35 countries. This is considered to be a counter-narrative that started to change the way people think. And this was a COVID project. So it started in the summer of 2020. And our funders sort of said to us, everyone's gone into lockdown. Do you want to take 6 months off and start the project in 6 months when the world becomes better again and starts to heal? Across the world, gave us their best work because they didn't have any other work. That's all that we were doing. We were living and breathing this project, and it wasn't easy, but we found a way. The website's called Girmit.world. If you get a chance later today and tomorrow, if you'd like to get in touch and hear more about the story, if you have stories of your own that you'd like to contribute to the website, please feel free to see them. Or if you simply wanted to kind of go, can we have a conversation about my story, about my migration story, and how I could realize that story? Because this idea of bringing art, heritage, and technology together is really powerful. This is only the beginning, and I'd like to propose 3 challenges for us, opportunities, should I say. The first is to increase the reach and audience of the Girmit experience. The second is to work with and alongside organizations. And the third, of course, is to introduce art, technology, and culture for younger audiences to really consume the Girmit story. Those are my slides. I'm just going to conclude now and hand you back to Varsha. Now, in an era defined by technological hyperconnectivity, international collaboration amongst galleries, libraries, archives, and museums has emerged as an indispensable catalyst for multicultural knowledge exchange. This cross-pollination of insights and ideas and creative technology expertise fosters a deeper understanding and opens minds to fresh perspectives through shared exploration. Girmit.world, this change-making UK heritage initiative, retold the story of indentured labour and botanical economics. The project explores the complex colonial history, crafting a counter-narrative that nurtures social good and collectively paves the way towards a more just and equitable future on our shared planet. The Girmitians cultivated and harvested. They were the superheroes who cultivated fields to grow food that fed the world. And their story largely remains forgotten. Thank you to my 2 Welsh teachers, Mr. Evans and Mr. Lloyd, for encouraging me to confront uncomfortable truths. And thank you to our Girmit superheroes for investing hope into our lives. Thank you.
Do we have Alan Michael here? is still with us. May I please request you to come to the stage and honor Ajay Chhabra. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Can I just say that this is a brilliant way of using the first day of my retirement. I stood down as Police and Crime Commissioner yesterday and getting up invitation to come here today. I can't think of a better way of opening up ideas for the future and looking out from Wales to the world.
Thank you. We'll now move on. Manish Gupta, who is the chairman of PIO TV California and is a veteran print and electronic journalist. He's co-founded the premier news agency ANI. He's also the secretary of People of Indian Origin Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He is a diaspora champion of Global Organization of People of Indian Origin. Let's have Manish Gupta on the stage.
Good afternoon. All protocol observed. There are many important distinguished people here. I shouldn't start a long list of recognitions. And to all my friends. And I'm connected to Wales in a very special way. And that keeps bringing me to Wales over the last 2 decades. With my younger sister, she's adopted here, Dr. Nidhika Berry. And of course, through Nidhika, I got to know Keshav and Poonam and created a special bond between us. When Keshav talked about this idea of Girmit conference, I said we must, because that's sort of been a part of my story. Now, my story is not as interesting as Ajay's story, because my parents did not leave India, stayed in India, but I did. I left India 37 years ago to start this news agency that they talked about, ANI, which is India's premier television news agency. Back when there was no television news used by anyone in India. We have only one channel, the government's channel. But we decided to create our own future, my partner and I. And I moved to the West for the first time, hopping flights, Delhi, Cairo, London, New York, and then Washington, D.C. But it's been an interesting journey. And the reason I agreed to come here at Keshav's request and brought some very good, eminent, lovely people to also share their stories here is I realized I moved away from the country when I was probably 22 years of age. I had only worked one job at the time of India, didn't know what the world looked like. And I landed myself in Washington, D.C. in the sea of 3,500 foreign correspondents. And the first job that I had was to cover the superpower summit between Reagan and Gorbachev. And as I was, as in the Harry Potter book, befuddled. I didn't know what it is. And but then on, I realized that it was a community. There were many communities, and my own community, the Indian community, gave me that support, not just the Indian embassy. But I found there were 181,000 Indians already in America. And today that number has gone up to 5 million. And when we talk of Girmitians and the Indian immigration story, today the government of India claims that there are about 32 million people of Indian origin. Some of them are like us sitting here, the newer generation of migrants that moved here from greener pastures in a post-independent world. And then there are those 1.6 million Indians, as Lord Parikh said, who were transported as indentured labor over 200 years. But I can also agree with Lord Parikh that the history of Indian immigration actually goes back centuries. And you might find those Indians, or a 1/8 Indian, as he would call himself, the former Lieutenant Governor of California and a 7-time congressman, Mervyn Diamond from Jamaica, who held my hand one day and said, you're here at the house, briefings every day. I said, Congressman, I have nothing better to do. I'm a young single guy, I look for stories. So he said, come, let me tell you a secret. And I said, what? He said, I'm 1/8 Indian. So that was my first ever, I looked at him and I said, 1/8 Indian. Now what does that mean? And he said, somewhere along the line, I think my great grandmother's lineage was 1/4 Indian, so I become 1/8 Indian. So I said, all right. And he was very good friends with the then Indian foreign minister who later became the Prime Minister of India for 5 years. And I started to look around and I found people in New York. Then I started to get in touch with people in Toronto, and then people across to the other coast, which I later migrated to in Los Angeles, who had come from the Caribbean islands mostly. And you found people from Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad, Suriname, Guyana, and they had a culture of their own. Because I just moved from India to America, and I sort of looked at myself and my family and the India that I knew and saw, and I visited once or twice a month to India, and I saw these people are a little different. So again, I started to know them and understand them, and I realized what the Girmit culture was. Time had stopped for these people 200 years ago when they migrated from India's indentured labor to the lands that they belong to now. And it was very interesting because the way they talked their language, practiced their culture, talked about heritage, tradition, history, some of which Lord Parikh referred to. Their Ramayana, which is the story of our biggest Lord Rama, was different from the one I had heard. Slightly different. Quite similar, but very different. Their culture, I would have seen in an Indian village deep down in the heart of India is what they were still practicing in the Trinidad and Guyana and Suriname and elsewhere in the world. I've traveled a lot and I see it everywhere. And I realized that, look, there's one thing common to all of us. Me, them, and I saw later many generations, which is we were joined together by that ethos, heritage, tradition, culture that stayed with us. The language, the food, the beliefs. And many years later, and that's why I asked Professor Keshav to put this line there that you see on the screens here, that the Indian ethos basically was something which I found later also in Africa, also in Latin America and other places that I visited, but nobody sort of talked about it. And that's, I think, the primary reason that we are here is inclusion. Is that we have always considered in India, and this is an age-old philosophy, which in Hindi or Sanskrit is called Vasudev Kutumbakam, which means one earth, one family, one future. We share that. And this is the line that was adopted by India at the G20 summit last year, when they celebrated the world coming together and said, we must stand together as one earth, one family, one future. And a landmark development at the G20 summit last year in India was the coming together of the African Union into the G20. Now look at the change. G20 is the highest body of the global north. India came in only a few years ago, and before that China, and then Brazil and South Africa. But for the first time, G20 included Africa. Africa as a continent. Realizing and underlining the fact that without inclusion, there is no growth, there is no development, there is no better world. So I think, I can go on, I'm a journalist, I talk for a living, but keep down to your minutes. But it's a very interesting journey. And I, as a television guy, and I later moved into music and entertainment and television and feature films and many things. And I came across many people. I did Latin music for a while. I did hip hop for a while in our studios. And I also did hard rock metal. We got a Grammy in 1992 for a group called 9 Inch Nails. I mixed Malcolm X at my studio with Denzel Washington slightly. So that opened a whole new world and chapter for me. And I realized that we must keep bringing the world together. So I'm not going to go into history because enough people have talked about history of Girmit. And I guess you'll hear more from some of my friends. But I think the most important thing, as I learned this morning, and thank you to the government of Wales, is to legislate, not just speak about, but to create the actions that will bring us together and keep us away from conflicts, confusion, chaos that we see otherwise in the world. And the Girmitians represent that. And I'm sure that most of you Indians will agree, but the non-Indians will also agree, that we are a culture, we are a society, we are a people that are largely peace-loving. You would not find us doing heinous crimes and gruesome murders and gangs and we stay cool even when China invades us or Pakistan once in a while, but we stay away from conflict. We are the ones that talk about let's bring peace to Ukraine and Russia, let's not fuel the conflict, let's keep not the sides divided, but try to bring them together over Israel and Palestine, and many such issues like that. So I think Girmitians have played that role, whether it's Ajay's story or many others who might be here. We have played the role in the countries which we adopted. So I began the global movement of the people of Indian origin and a founder like member in 1989 in September. And we brought together three important Indian people. The former Prime Minister of Fiji, who was deposed in a coup after being duly elected within months. The former Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Bastard Party, again thrown out after being duly elected. And the former President of Guyana, thrown out after being duly elected. Between communities, they couldn't see eye to eye with each other. The blacks saw that the Indians were taking over. The Indians saw an opportunity. They wanted to take over. The Hispanic people saw, oh my God, why are these foreigners who come from Africa or India, wherever, are taking over our land? And there was chaos. So we put together a conference, the first of its kind, to bring the Indian diaspora. And we said, let's stop talking about the past. Let's talk about the present and going into the future. We brought these three people together and we all huddled and talked about what can we do to keep the world together, to create a position in society, to understand the societies that we live in, assimilate in those societies, not create more conflicts, which we are good at, and change the world. Change the world to become a better place. And it's been a journey since. I helped the government of India understand the story. And in 2003, finally, the government of India started a program called the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas, which is for overseas Indians like us. And slowly they realized that they were not just these people who had left India in the 50s, 60s, and 70s to become doctors, engineers, IT people, or small business people, or even sort of modern day workers, caregivers, construction people, traders, truck drivers, but also the people who had migrated 200 years ago, or in the case of Indonesia and Malaysia, 1,000 years ago, as boat people who went to trade but stayed on. So this has become a very beautiful movement. I will invite those of you, both Indian and non-Indians, who have not come to India to enjoy such a festival of overseas Indians and celebrate it over 3 days. And the next thing that I made the government of India do, which I think was very important, and I think that's also something that Ajay will do, and your website and stories will do that, is I said, look, the emotional engagement of an Indian, and I speak on behalf of all of India, will never go away. We are so intertwined with our culture and our food, and we want that chapati and dal very quickly after 2 days of travel. But to engage the younger generation of Indians who had never been to India, that's the young Indians. So we created a young Pravasi Divas, Youth Pravasi Day, and I had the pleasure of then inviting Honorable Priti Patel to one of those as a young champion of the Indian diaspora in the UK. But the last leg of my conversation, because I see I'm running out of time and I do have to introduce some people, is look, we can't do this without having exchanges like this. So thank you very much for inviting us to this beautiful place in Veg Parliament. But we can't do this without understanding each other. And I then, during my journey, found Mrs. Julia Morley, who was doing an incredible job conjugating the word. And I saw what beauty in the purpose does, including in countries of Girmitians, where young girls of Indian origin have risen to the top to become ambassadors among youth. And they are the conjugators of the world. I'm sorry, Tony, I couldn't make it. But I have 3 wonderful examples here with me of young women who have achieved. One of them of Indian origin, the other not of Indian origin. But I've had very good interaction. Julia brought the world to India in February, March by holding the Miss World pageant for 3 weeks in Delhi and Mumbai. And I think it was a big one for all of the 120 girls that came and experienced India. So very quickly, you might hear a few interesting things from them in their words. I would like to invite, starting with Dr. Pasha, Mukherjee, who's a doctor here in England. And she's also Miss England 2019. I will also mention Ms. Jessica Gilly, who is the current Miss England, Miss UK, Miss Europe. And then Carolina Velasca, who worked this world till February, March this year. And I'd like Keshav just for them to speak for a minute each. Starting with Vash.
Oh, wow. Thank you, Mr. Manish. He told me to keep it to 5 minutes, and now that's been reduced to 1 minute. Let's see how that goes. Anyway, Warida, namaste, and good morning, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to just mention that everything that I've heard today has taught me so much. And that's the beauty of this platform of being former Miss England, to get to learn every day of your life. So it's really interesting, some of the things that were mentioned. Mr. Ajay Chabra, or Mr. Nutcut, he brought a sugar cane. Now, what coincidence is the circle of life? With the sugar plantations, we had the introduction of sugar to the world, and with that actually started the first onset of metabolic disease, diabetes, which is part of my Beautiful Purpose project. And as a doctor, isn't it interesting, I'm sitting here amongst a group of doctors who are also dealing with patients who are fighting metabolic disease, a disease, in fact, by part introduced by the Girmitians. How interesting. Not to blame, but to show the circle of life, which again is an Indian Hindu concept of samsara. It's very interesting because it's only the Hindu concept that life is described as a circle and not linear, as in the Abrahamic religions. So I just find that it's really quite beautiful how everything comes together. Anyway, Mr. Manish has mentioned the word assimilate, and I've been asked to talk about the word assimilation and the Indian diaspora. So let's break that word down. Assimilate is to become similar. But what does that word really mean for those of us who still regard home to be India, whose roots are still strongly attached to the rich culture, the chapati, the magnitude of other incredible things that it means to be Indian? That makes us so different and far from similar to the cultures that we have tried to assimilate into. Well, as we're a group mainly of doctors, first of all, put your hands up if you are in the medical field. Oh, not that many. I was told there's going to be lots of doctors in the group. Well, we, as doctors, we love case studies and case-based discussions. So this is a case-based discussion, my case. I'll talk about my dad, who moved to this country in his 40s. He faced racism quietly, 12 hours a day, spending the remaining waking hours of his day reading and watching Indian news, not British news. And I know this is the case for a lot of Indian people in this country. He silently toiled through 11 months of the year at work, where he was inevitably undervalued and overqualified, regardless of his master's degree, only to look forward to and save up for the 1-month holiday in India. I'm sure we all relate to this story. Now, to him, it was important for us as migrants to simply survive. He wanted to simply and silently ride the tide to ensure the next generation, my brother and I, could get a secure qualification, which would be at least recognized in this country. As far as stereotypes go, my parents created 2 stereotypical Indian children, with me becoming a doctor and my brother is an engineer. As far as my generation, as far as my first generation Indian parents were concerned, we had assimilated as individuals by ensuring a secure qualification or a career path. However, me, as a second generation Indian, this didn't feel like it was enough. I realized that being an Indian doctor or engineer in this country feels secure because it is safe. It is safe because it has already been done before. To truly assimilate into a culture isn't to be in its safe zones, but to be everywhere, to be seen everywhere, to be represented in every aspect of society, and to no longer feel like an imposter or foreign. And that level of assimilation comes down to 3 P's, in my opinion. The first P is the power of one person, to take risks, to go to the unknown. For me, it was rebelling at 16, decided that I wanted to pursue modeling, media, pageantry, of course, whilst also studying. I mean, if you're Indian, then you know Indian parents don't allow you to just do your hobbies whilst not studying. So I remember facing many Indian aunties and uncles who suggested at that stage, why don't you go to Bollywood? Failing to understand and perceive that as a British citizen, despite being of Indian origin, I can also assimilate into the British media industry as well. I can be seen there as well. That instance of rebellion and pursuing the unknown led to level 1 of my assimilation journey. It led me to become Miss England, of course. But this isn't just my story. It took one Margaret Thatcher to go to the unknown of becoming the first woman Prime Minister of the UK, for it to be a conceivable concept that women can enter political leadership. It took one Rishi Sunak or Barack Obama as POCs to be the Prime Minister or the US President, for it to be conceivable that POCs can also occupy such positions. POC, by the way, is people of color. I'm sorry to be condescending there. Anyway, the next P is the power of people. And that's where Beauty with a Purpose project comes in. No individual in history has garnered recognition and remembrance in the same way as those who have impacted others' lives. Let's take the examples of Rosa Parks or Martin Luther King Jr., who etched their legacy in a country and culture that inherently once saw people of their colour and background as less than. When we stop thinking of our individual needs and start thinking of people around us, people have no choice but to accept and make us one of their own. I truly felt the power of this in preparation for medical school when I started volunteering at old age homes. Little, frail, Caucasian old ladies who would willingly hold my hands and allow me to help them. In those moments, kindness prevailed over the colour of my skin. My Beauty with a Purpose project further reigned in this belief that to truly assimilate, we must put aside our individual needs, our fears, and think of and as a wider community. The final P, the power of position or platform. Through my limited life experience, I've understood that there are limitations to what we can do as individuals. We can't be everywhere at the same time, and we can't help everyone. What we as individuals think is to be helpful is also subjective to our personal biases. Just because I think I'm helping you doesn't mean that that's the help you need. To assimilate is to be listened to, and our individual voices are dampened whilst we are still among the people. That is where power of platform and position comes in. Something I discovered through the platform of Miss England / Miss World. The bigger the platform, the bigger and more efficient the reach. The bigger the platform, the easier access to people with even bigger platforms, quite possibly with actual change-making power. I realized recently the problems I, my colleagues, my patients were facing in the NHS were not going to go away by simply complaining amongst us, writing reflections, and God forbid raising concerns through the incident report forms. Has any of you filled that out before? You know how long those take. And how long they take for action to take place, right? Those are still mostly curative approaches. And what do we say in medicine? Prevention is better than cure. I ask myself, do I really want to passively accept the rules that I've been told to accept and accept the reality that I'm surrounded by, or can I help change it? The realization came from understanding that the rules are man-made too. Old policies can be changed. New policies can be made. Heck, policy makers can be changed. And worse, I could be one myself. And that is the power of platform, the power of people, and the power of a person, me. And that realization that it could be me, it could be you, it could be any one of us. It's not someone else's job, it's not someone else's role. We are not imposters in that role. We could occupy those spaces and make that change. That is a stimulation. Thank you, everyone.
Sorry for take position there, but I wanted to quickly get Jessica and Caroline to come and say a few words about their experience with the KBBs around the world and India.
Hello everybody, thank you for having us today. As mentioned, we recently had the Miss World contest out in India and it was absolutely incredible. I've always wanted to visit India my whole life. I've seen pictures of the Taj Mahal, the culture. I've always had the food here, but I wanted to try it first. And the only reason I had the opportunity was through winning Miss England and then going to the Miss World contest. So luckily enough for me, over the past year, I managed to go 3 times, and it's all thanks to the lovely organisation at Miss World. And let me just say that out of everywhere that I've been, the culture and the people of India are the most hospitable I have ever met. And I'll say this for the rest of my life. I feel like I'm at home. I really do, because everybody is so friendly, and everybody makes me feel welcome. And that's not just because I'm new there. That's just because that's the culture. And that's why I love about the Indian people. I've loved that and welcoming me to the beautiful country of India. And I've loved that I've been welcomed here today. And I'm going to keep my speech short and sweet, as mentioned. But I'll quickly branch over onto Beauty with a Purpose, as Sashi touched on as well. It's the ethos of Miss World. And the things that the girls do in Miss World are truly, absolutely incredible. There's girls around the world who are teaching children CPR, teaching children languages. There's girls who are providing electricity to rural areas. These are the most inspiring women, and that's everything that Beauty with a Purpose is about. But aside from that, which I think is so current, so apparent to talk about, is the fact that there is passion within that purpose. More of the girls are so passionate about their own causes, and they're so inspirational, they're so fantastic to meet. And it's through the organisation that I've managed to meet phenomenal people like Basha and also like Carolina, who I'm going to hand over to just now. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Well, the last one after all that. But it's a huge honor for me to be here with all of you, to meet you, to hear about your stories and the history of migration of Indian people. And as Miss World, I know something about it, and definitely my mom knows, because she keeps saying to me that home is not a hotel room, as we were traveling around the world all the time and visited around, I don't know, 50 countries in the last 2 years. And many times we come to India. And not only for the final, I was lucky to be there for the entire month with all the contestants, but we've come many times before, because India is like our second home for Miss World. And we work a lot, of course, with Julia Morley, but also with Munish, who is having an entire Beauty with a Purpose program there. And we supported young women, unprivileged girls who didn't have an access to menstrual hygiene facilities over there. And I've been so blessed to be able to travel around your country and learn so much about your people and how you treat people. Because to mention you are leading the entire world in medicine, engineering, education, entertainment, your cuisine and all of that, we all know it's great, but the way you will treat other people, with the hospitality, but also with your service, and how grateful you are for what you have, is something I've never seen in any country I visited. And it's been many of those. And when I landed in India for the first time, it really made me realize that I take so much things for granted. Visiting those young women who don't have an access to basic facilities, but they are grateful that somebody from abroad comes to them
speak to them and simply care about their condition, about what they feel. It just makes me grateful every single next day, and it made me realize that I am so blessed and so lucky, and especially with having a platform like this work, who is about human achievements and empowering young women. I can do something more about it. And that's when I realized, after this work, I also opened my own foundation. I've been supporting homeless people in my country and building the social platforms and bringing hygiene to them, because I've realized that my country has similar problems as your country. And I believe that migration is the best thing you come up with. And I just hope that you will migrate more and more, because we all need to learn from the beautiful heart that you are carrying. Thank you so much.
Yes, so just for the audience, Miss World, Miss England, and previous England will be staying here. England, sorry, will be staying here to take further pictures later on. So please bear with us. In real sense, showstoppers. Big round of applause for these beauties, the beauties with purpose. But the show must go on. Like I said, we will have opportunities to take photographs later on. May I now invite Mr. Manish Gupta to come on the stage and to receive a token of appreciation. Thank you so much for finding the time to join us. We have a couple of speakers before we move on to our lunch, so I'll move very swiftly. We have Kaishani P. Vidyasagar, who is a renowned Bharatanatyam dancer who has dedicated 15 years of mastering this traditional Indian art form. As a founder of Priya Kshetra Bharatanatyam Academy, she brings her expertise to the students worldwide. Can I please have Kaishani on the stage, please? Due to the stage being set, I do apologize for the inconvenience in advance because we could not have the performance on the stage due to health and safety reasons. So I request Vaishali to come on my right side, if that's okay. Thank you. And can we have the music, please, James, when you're ready?
யாரிடம் சொல்வேனடி ஆசை முகம் மறந்து போச்சே இதை யாரிடம் சொல்வேனடி ஆசை முகம் மறந்து போச்சே இதை யாரிடம் சொல்வேனடி நேசம் மறக்கவில்லை நேசம் மறக்கவில்லை நேசம் மறக்கவில்லை நினைவுமுகம் மறக்க ஆசை முகம் மறந்து போச்சே இதை யாரிடம் சொல்வேனடி கண்ணில் தெரியும் தோற்றம் கண்ணில் தெரியும் ஒரு தோற்றம் அழகு ஒன்றில்லை மண்ணுங்க வடிவு நல்ல மன சிரிப்பை காணோ விட்ட பாவம் உயிர் கண்ணு மறக்கலாச்சு பெண்கள் இது போல ஏதை ஒரு ஆசை முகம் மருந்து போச்சே இதை யாரிடம் சொல்வேன் அடி முகம் மருந்து வாழும் வழி என்னடி யாரிடம் சொல்வேன் ஆசை யாரிடம் சொல்வேன் யாரிடம் சொல்வேன் இதை யாரிடம் சொல்வேன் ஓடி
Thank you so much, Vaishali. Please don't go anywhere. If I could invite you to the stage here and Dr. Sonam Singhal to appreciate your effort. Just to pass the compliments that your expressions were gorgeous, especially coming from Julia. It's great. Thank you so much. Lucky, can I have you on the stage? Vaishali, would you like to come on the stage at this slide? Now next, it's a great pleasure for me to invite Mr. Prabhat Verma, film producer, writer and director, and Mr. Anand Kumar, formerly Indian attaché at Indian Art Commission London, for the release of a specially commissioned documentary on Girmit history. This documentary will be available for viewing during lunch break, and here is the trailer. Can we have the trailer?
Here we are talking about those 1.6 million Indian Girmitias indentured laborers whom the British made as bonded laborers from 1830 to 1917 by deceit, coercion, and tempting offers to improve their lives. The story of Girmitias is also a story of triumph of human will and resilience over adversity, tyranny, and gives us a message of hope. Illiterate laborers could not pronounce the word agreement correctly, hence the agreement word called Girmit. Gradually, these Indian bonded laborers came to be known as Girmitia laborers, also called Jahaj. The ships were over.
Good afternoon, everybody. Myself, Prabhat Verma, filmmaker from India, Lucknow. It is a great pleasure to be a part of the International Girmit Conference organized by Angels Trust and supported by Welsh Government to diverse and group. I'm especially grateful to Professor Keshav Singhal, CV, Mr. Anand Kumar, who invited me to Girmit International Conference, also gave me the opportunity to prepare this documentary film, Patul. Apart from being a filmmaker, I'm also a social activist. In 2020, I had produced Bhojpuri feature film, Chiraiyo Na Bole, based on Girmit indentured labor, also environment, which was featured in movie halls in UP, Bihar, and also was on social media. I highly appreciated. This was followed 2023 by a second feature film based on women empowerment named Nahiya Baanmo, released on 17th February 2023. I remember when I was attending an international conference in Lucknow long time ago. The chief guest was the former Prime Minister of Mauritius, Sri Arun Jagannath Ji. We had a cordial conversation with him in Bhojpuri language because I am also a resident of Gorakhpur in UP, where Bhojpuri language is spoken. This shows that Girmitias kept in touch with their language and culture even after 100 years. That was the first time I understood the untold painful history of indentured labor. After that, I studied the detailed history of Girmitias, and I concluded that while on one hand, the life of indentured labor was full of the difficulty, and other hand, it is also the victory of human courage over adversity. So I would like to say all these countries which have prospered on the basis of the blood and sweat of Girmitia indentured labor, that it is time to acknowledge that death. Thanks to all of you.
Thank you. And namaste and lot of love from India.
Myself, Aman Kumar, as you know, I was formerly attaché Indian culture here, and I came here 2008, and Ati was very aloof from the High Commission, so I tried my best with this Cardiff also, and I was first invited Mr. Dr. Singhal and his whole friends to the Indian High Commission program. From there, we continued this relationship till now. I'm standing here because of Keshavji, and he kept the 15 years talking to me and not getting very far from this one. The word Girmit, you know, Yaji, people also, the Hajis are also. There are a lot of people who went from the Calcutta. Calcutta was the embankment, first embankment, and the second was the Madras also. Some people where the Calcutta people were stopped immigration. The other port was the Madras port. And as Lord Niku Patil told, there was a lot of people from here migrating to the different countries. And the first attempt was Indian labor to the Mauritius ended failure. The first was the failure. After that, in 1838, 25 Indian laborers went from the Calcutta to Mauritius. I organized 7 World Hindi conferences. And the last conference I was attending in the Mauritius. So those people, one people was Dhanraj, Mr. Dhanraj. I just wanted to mention this. He asked me, Mr. Anand, I came from the Gorakhpur. I was very poor. My forefather was very poor. So if I had been in the India, what was the position? What I have achieved? I told him, now you have achieved. You are driving a BMW car, and you are a government servant of Mauritius. Mauritius, Indian people are 66% who is dominating in the Mauritius government. This is a very next thing is the people after 5 years of indentured labor, why they were why they stayed there was the one incentive to Caribbean country. They gave some land also. This was a very important point. Just mentioned also. They gave land and some $10 or something like that. So people stayed there, not coming to India. Now the people of that time, now they are very affluent. They are in the politics. They are in the music. I went to Suriname. There was people dancing with the music. I composed Indian and Suriname, and there is Suriname Hindi also. So we tried their best to have a World Hindi conference there. As you mentioned, Manishji, as I was in the Ministry of External Affairs, this was the first Indian diaspora survey done by Lakshman Singhvi in 2001. And after that, the diaspora, this Pravasi Divas was mentioned. So, I will tell you also, I have written a letter to the Prime Minister of India, quoting this survey. It's a very old survey, 2001. So I have suggested, please initiate one more survey, latest survey, and make a committee to have this problem with the Girmitiya people, Pravasi people, because this is the asset of Indian government. Because there are a lot of people working as a doctor, engineer, like that. So they are dividend to India. So I have suggested to must make a this committee
so that India could get a benefit there also. Now, I just wanted to mention in the 5th May, we are celebrating also in the Suriname Girmit Divas from the 150 years of Girmit Divas. I will also tell in the Fiji, 14th May is Pravasi Divas. 2nd November, Mauritius Agman Divas, coming to the land. 5th June, Suriname Bharatiya Agman Divas or Bharatiya Agman Divas. 5th is 30th May, Trinidad Bharatiya Agman Divas. Girmitia is naturally a cultural ambassador. People get emotional when they see. I just wanted to mention when the people in the 18th or 19th century, people were very frustrated and very depressed. So they went to the seashore, and you must see the beauty of this. In the seashore, they express their feelings in the poem. So this poetry is in Hindi. I will tell you the meaning also. Some people is telling, ये गन्ना के हरी हरी पत्तियां, you must know in Hindi. ये गन्ना की हरी हरी पत्तियां, जाने सब पत्तियां. पत्तियां मतलब you know everything with the leaf of the sugarcane. Mr. Chaba just told, बगिया में लहराए आंचल, पवन चली मरवारी, is explaining the environment. रामा है रामा, महक रही है, लहक रही है, हर डाली हर क्यारी, हे रामा है रामा. फिर भी मन की बगिया सुखी, is very depressed. Along with the environment, a beautiful environment, seashore. फिर भी मन की बगिया सुखी, he is not very happy with the frustration. कब से उजड़ी कब की भूखी, he is very hungry with the emotions. फिर भी मन की बगिया सुखी, सावन आयो भादो जायो. There is no limit of this particular weather. Bhado, Savan is coming one by one, but their anguish, their anxiousness is not going. This is the emotional song what their people have written. ये गन्ना की हरी हरी पत्तियां जाने हमारे सब पत्तियां छोड़ छाड़ घर बार को आए पराए देश, बाकी देश ने देखा हमको क्या क्या रंग दिखाए, हे रामा हे रामा. जब घर को हमकी याद आए, हमसे एक पल ना रहा जाए. When they thought their ancestors living in the India, they become very emotional. टिप बरसे आंखें, they were crying. रोए सारी रतियां, the whole night they were crying with their emotions. ये हरे गन्ने की हरी हरी पत्तियां जाने सब हम पत्तियां. So my feeling was that the construction of the tolerance Hinduism seems to be relatively very recent origin and have a very first acquired visibility in the Western writing on India. Some of the people of 18th century said that Hindus as a mild and tolerant and as the gentlest branch of the humanity. This was Immanuel Kant also told this. Do not hate the other religions, but they believe they are also right. Naturally, religion is created by God for the spiritual transformation of the people, and people have a personal relationship with the God. So, if you are worshipping any religion, you are personally attached to the government, to the God. So, it is your choice when you are connecting with the people and with the different religions. The beauty of this, the whole, I'm not finishing this. The beauty of this, those people, the Pravasi people, connected with the local people, with their culture and religion also. So I will not take too much time. Thank you very much, and thank you, Singalji. Join us very much. Thank you very much.
Now the last speaker before we break for lunch, and just to give a glimpse of what we have after the lunch, we've got First Minister's message, then we've got Girmit and African History by Professor Ozo IOB, and I see Professor IOB is already here. We've got a brief panel discussion, we've got a special tribute poem, and South Africa, similar experience discussion. And besides that, we've got a final presentation then on Roma Gypsy, the Indian Connection Goswami historian by Arunash Goswami, Indian historian in India. But well before that, the last speaker before we break for lunch is Anirudh Singhal, who is a distinguished researcher and innovator in the field of artificial intelligence, machine learning and robotics. He has occupied senior positions at Tata and Innovation Labs. His artificial intelligence research is marked by ethical frameworks based on Eastern philosophy and scalable multi-robot systems. He's got several publications and patents in this domain. Let's welcome Anirudh.
Tough presentation just before the lunch. Okay, so I'll not take much time. I'll start quickly. I did a short study on the Girmit music, and this is an objective study of this music, and I wanted to see how Girmit music has evolved over time and what are the musical signatures that this Girmit music carries. Now, most of the time when we analyze music, it is mostly by listening to it, but we do not do any type of objective measures of music. And when we say I like some music, and when we say some piece of music is different from the other, most of the time we are doing some subjective interpretation. But in this study, I try to do all of this objectively. And by objectively, I mean that I let computer listen to the music and tell me whether it is different, similar, or very novel. So let's see what computer sees when we give it some music. So when we listen to music, it is very pleasing to ears, but this is what computer looks at. And if we go a little bit deeper into this, we see that they are mostly waveforms that we study in mathematics. And if we simplify it further, they are just sine waves that a lot of you must be aware of, very simple waves. And based on these, we try to extract objective measures, numbers that can be quantified to tell whether music is similar or different. This is what computer sees music as. Now, when we try to look at this music and make computer understand it, there are several features. I will not go into the details of it, but they are about how far the waves are, what is the amplitude of the waves. This is how the computer understands. Now, when we extract these features, we want to do a statistical analysis to get the numbers and see if the music is similar or different. And I've taken a data set of existing genres like blues, hip hop, disco, and I have taken some Girmit music also. The Girmit music is very limited in number, and there are only 6 songs that I could find online. So they were not enough for statistical study, but it would give us an understanding of how different it is objectively, even if you look at that small part. Now, when we do this, I further want machine to understand all these features set at once, and I train computers to understand music. There are different ways in which the computer will be trained, and starting from knife-based methods to the most advanced neural networks. I train computer to understand how it can listen to music and how it can differentiate between different classes of music. Then, the best of all was, of course, the neural network, because they are the latest technology, very advanced. And when I ask neural networks to classify my Girmit music, it tells me that it is a blend of multiple classes. So it has evolved over time. It does not have very classical Indian signature to it. It has taken signatures from disco, hip hop, blues, classical, and country music also. And this is because the music is created mostly very recently, and most of the original music was never recorded. So what can we do about it further? When we understand that it is a mix of multiple music categories and we don't have the original music with us, what can we do next? So I tried creating some AI generated music which would be very similar to the original Girmit music. And this is one of the examples, though this resembles very much like the African Iranian music, the regular folk songs, but this is one of the snippets which AI generated. Then I gave it some different prompts, did some prompt engineering. And to get something like this, then I worked on it a little bit more. And I could generate a lot of different types of music which would go closer and closer to the original Girmit signature. And I created also multiple snippets of music, tried and tested them, and then finally I tried to compare it with the existing Girmit music and how far this generated music is. And finally, what I want to do further in this area is that I want to generate more music from AI, which is very close to the original Girmit music. And by doing this exercise, I would like to take help from the people who have understanding of the original Girmit music, probably they have heard it or they have some memory of it. And also, with the help of AI, we can generate music in their original voices. We can make them sing. If we have recordings of the people talking, we can take their voices and make them sing their own songs, even after such a long time when they're not doing it. And finally, I would like to close this with a small snippet. This is all generated by AI. Thank you, everyone.
I think we're all blown away by that. I'm not sure whether it's AI, it's certainly your intelligence. And that's an amazing.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready for lunch now. People who would need to use lift, they are on my right, on your left, to get to the audience where the food will be served. And we will have 45 minutes to have our lunch, and then we will come back for the last few speakers. Thank you. 30 minutes, sorry, 30 minutes. So feel free to pick your lunch and come back and eat while we have our next speaker. Thank you.
You both wrote my same uncle in the same place, exactly the same Oh, okay.
What did you teach? Which one?
That actually takes you into the main parliament.
उसको दबाया देना पड़ता है
Let's see what you like. Like to see
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start again.
I think they wanted to move. They did come here.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start again. Please make your way back.
Did some research on your question? Oh, yes. Yeah, what was my question? This was let's check.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start again. Please make your way back. Thank you.
You see this
Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't finished your lunch, please feel free to bring your plate here. We'll give it 1 more minute before we make a start.
Ready to start? Our next speaker is Professor Uzo Ayobi, CD, is the Chief Executive of Race Council Cymru and the lead of Black History Wales and Black Lives Matter. She is also the first International Chair of Diversity at the Royal Welsh College of Music and Drama. Apart from being on the board of various universities, her positions and achievements are too numerous to enumerate. Give me a round of applause, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed for the warm welcome. I pay homage to all the Indian brothers and sisters who are here, and Professor Keshav Segal and all the Backfield Committee for putting this amazing event together. I also pay absolute respect to my chair, the chair of Race Council Cymru, George Racing, who shared his wonderful story of the history of his own family and how it touches on the Girmit journey. We are inspired by the stories of our ancestors. And today, I believe that as we talk about the forced enslavement of people from India, it enables me to cast my own mind back to the forced labor of my own ancestors. I remember my great-grandmother, Mrs. Mary Ugu, who is my mother's maternal mom. And she said to us that in their family, they remembered that 3 children from their direct lineage, 3 boys, had gone out to the farms. And that story was told generation unto generation so that they never forgotten. And they were captured when the white slave catchers came through a fish net and dragged the children along. Till today, the family have never been able to track the whereabouts of those extended members of our families, probably in the very, very early 1900s. Many of us have suffered incredible suffering. Many have lost loved ones. Many were used and abused in the Caribbean islands. I looked at the statistics online, and it said that 12 to 15 million Black Africans were exported out of different parts of Africa against their will to different parts of the Caribbean islands, to the North, Central, and South America. And during those harsh times, as you recall the journey of our Girmit brothers and sisters and ancestors, we know that over 2 million Africans on those ships chose to jump off the ship and drown rather than be taken into enslavement. The enslavement of Black Africans and our Indian brothers and sisters must be condemned at all times. But we can see that from their shoulders and from their work, we have built incredible network of history that cannot be overlooked or forgotten. And for us today, we look at the work that is being done through the government's Modern Slavery Act of 2015, which brings together all the legislation around ending trafficking, human trafficking, and modern-day slavery. I wish these acts were alive and deployed during those days when our ancestors suffered. I worked for a while, for 3 years, in this space as a specialist policy advisor on equalities to the Welsh government. And the core part of my role was to encourage, advise, and guide the Minister for Social Justice
and the First Minister, then First Minister, Professor Matt Drakeford, towards the production of the Anti-Racism Wales Action Plan. And I felt when I joined the Welsh Government in 2019 that even the race equality scheme was nowhere to be found. I asked for it, and there was nobody who could lay their hands on it. I can't talk about the work that was done on the Anti-Racism Wales Action Plan without mentioning, among so many others, the work that was done by one of your own daughters, Usha Ladwa, who's sitting at the back. Get off, Usha Ladwa, OBE. So the contributions of people of Indian descent continues to be of huge and immense importance in our times. Without Usha, there couldn't have been somebody to pull together the thoughts of 58 diverse ethnic community members from all parts of Wales and further afield, and bringing them into the space of the civil servants who work together. Without the work of your own community leader, Professor Keshav Singha, who, as we all know, brought and developed that risk assessment toolkit that saved so many lives during the pandemic. These are the heritage. Let's give him a round of applause. He was recognized by the then First Minister for the work that he did. The toolkit saved not just Black, Asian, and minority ethnic
disadvantaged greatly. And if you were Black African or Black Caribbean, you were disadvantaged even more, and you still are. So I think there's a lot of work to be done.
Excellent. But what you've shown is that
Way, because a lot of our cultural stuff, people don't understand why do we behave like that. But you also have to understand that we have to not assimilate is in the right word, I think somebody said, but we have to understand that. By the way, Girmit is a word I've never heard before. I knew that that there's no dictionary. There's an English dictionary and there's a Hindi dictionary, and in between there's an English. English is Bengali and English, and English is Hindi and English. But then I heard Girmit, and that is the original. Sorry, this is protesting at my words. But so anyway,
thanks, yes. So, Acharya Sharma, if I can come to you now. You distinctly remember your origins from Mauritius, your ancestors, if I'm not mistaken. Guyana, sorry, Guyana. Well, there we are. And you've now opened a temple, a Dharma temple in Newport. Can you tell us what you remember your ancestors telling you about their journey into Guyana, and what was their experience of deprivation or problems they faced, and so on?
Thank you for having me here today. And what I would say that throughout my life experience, I've never heard my grandparents or my great-grandparents talk evil about indentureship or the problems they had on the estates. I often wonder, when I look back now, what was it that they didn't see that was wrong? They adopted to the circumstances of the time, and they adopted so well that I felt now that they have appreciated this conditions under which they live, and they made that condition successful. They turned a bad situation into a wonderful and a beautiful situation. And there was no time in my life that I felt that there was something to mourn about. And this is the beautiful thing about people from my diaspora. If you give them 10 pence, they will save a penny. It's in their DNA, you can call it. They always put something back for the rainy day. And I think of this analogy of a mango, one of our best fruits. There are 3 layers to mango. There's the skin, there's the flesh, and there's the seed. And this was a thought I always come up with. The skin is all the attachments that you make, all the sins that you collect, whatever you want to do. And you shed it, you don't want to keep that. Then you have the meat, which we all eat and we all enjoy. Now we got a choice of the seed. We can discard it in the bin. We can throw it away when we don't know what we do. Or we can plant that seed and will produce thousands and thousands and thousands of mango and mango trees in the future. And that, I think, was the quality of my ancestors. They sowed the seeds.
That is so powerful. So what you're saying is that you adapt to the circumstances, you make the best of it, you dream of a better future for your next generation, and there you are. Learned guru, revered all over the world. I think that's such a powerful message. Thank you so much. Varsha, as a first generation immigrant and a healthcare professional, have you faced the problems you've been hearing all the day? Or are you of Acharya's view that you adapt and you make the best of what life has given you?
There is two sides of the story, Keshavji. Exactly what Sarah said. I would say I always count my blessings. But have I been discriminated against very, very strongly? Has it always been aggressive, sometimes subtle, sometimes microaggressions? A typical example is that I went for a really top-notch job in England, and there was two assessment centers, there were 18 people competing, and it was obviously marking was anonymous, and in each group there were different set of people assessing you, and it was a dementia-related strategic job. When I landed in this job, it was purely based on the total number points were given to me across those 2 days. So I was absolutely on top of the moon. I called my husband and I said, we're going to celebrate tonight, I've got the job. When I was called in for induction, the very first day, my line manager tells me, you want my first choice. So I had to work with the lady who had seen my potential, who had seen that I was the fit person for the job because it came from a number of people's recommendations and the scoring. But she said, you weren't my first choice. Again, I phoned my husband and just like Acharya said, he said, you have to prove your worth now. I said, I thought I did to qualify to interview. So again, I had to make peace with it, that this is what was said to me, and I had to work with that line manager, and that line manager was going to supervise me and support me. And if I wasn't her first choice, I could never win her heart, ever. I didn't. It's just my work that kept me going, but I had to work double hard to keep that job. And I kept counting my blessings. I have a top job in the health sector, social care sector. I'm leading on strategy. But part of me was saying, I am a foreigner. There was no other explanation. I don't even look brown, so it wasn't even that. It was just where I come from and my culture and perhaps my beliefs. And sometimes it's a change as well because people don't want newness in what we do.
Count your blessings. That's such a powerful message there, like Acharya said. Judge Ray, you have made history by being the first and only left judge in Wales. And you have got very powerful memories of your descendants telling you how they faced life in their native country. Tell us a little bit about that, please.
Dhandyavad, thank you. Namaste, everybody. Namaskar. Ranga, I thought I was sleeping. Yes, I'll take it in two parts. First, back to Fiji and bring you here. I was fortunate enough to meet my great-grandparents. I did not meet my great-great-great-grandfather on mother's side, but I did meet my great-great-great-grandmother on mother's side. And digressing, as Ronnie Corbett was, she introduced me to smoking and stopped me as well. He sat there rolling up a cigarette under a palm tree, white hair, took about 20 minutes to roll it up, then lit it, and smoke went up, and she put the cigarette down. And I was looking at it, I was age 5, and I picked it up, and I took the same way as she did. And I was taken ill. My grandmother reprimanded my her mother for allowing me to smoke, and since then I've never smoked. I remember my father's side of the family better. My grandfather, as one of the slides showed, he would sit there, people from the village sitting down, he'll be up like Panditji, and recite the Ramayana. Half the time, he would be telling the pages. He would remember it. And we had all sorts of people, Muslims, Hindus and divisions of Sanatanis and Arya Samaj, and so forth, and Sikh brothers. And my grandfather, other side, and his friend, Muslim Baba, were around somewhere, and they wouldn't even tell us where it was. It was somewhere, Bihar or Orissa area, because working out, it was close to the sea and where the ship was going to be. And they were approached by Sahab and offered good job across the sea. They can earn money, lots of money, and come home. If they wanted to come every week, they can. If they wanted to come fortnight or every month, 2 months, they can come. And they were allured to, they were illiterate, as far as English is concerned, and they were asked to sign it. And as you see, Ajay pointed out, the Girmit contract. They didn't understand, they just signed it. And they went on the Leonidas, which started sailing, and it days and days and days, and days turned into weeks into months. Many died on the ship. Conditions were appalling, and they landed in Fiji. When they arrived in Fiji, they were treated like police, often were called police. They were treated as bad as the black slaves, and they were sent to different areas of Fiji. The temperature in 38, 40, and bareback, they will work for anything up to 12, 14 hours a day. And sugarcane plantation, very little ration allowed, and the Sahabs will be lending them money and charging them interest so that they can have money. And they were, as my Sahab said earlier on, you buy things from their own shops. So they were stuck. And my grandfather, I would often ask him, what about, do you have brothers and sisters? Your mother, like we have. And I चुप रहो, बहुत बात करते हो. All right, I will shut up. Then I'll start again, and he will not. But every now and then, he look up in the sky. You can see tears in his eyes. And
so moving from that journey of your ancestors to your position, I think that shows that if a person wants to do something despite the obstacles and the background, you will do it.
I tried to have, I qualified, because senior chemistry certificate, which is equivalent of A levels, but more, because you have to pass English and English literature plus 6 other subjects to get senior chemistry certificate. In Fiji was called matriculation. And I applied for a job in Fiji, and I couldn't get any. So I started driving taxi. And one day I was driving taxi, and picked up his passenger, and she said, "Driver, you speak good English?" I said, "Yes, ma'am." "Have you been to school before?" I said, "Yes, ma'am." "What are the qualifications?" I told her. "Why haven't you applied for civil service job?" "I have. I applied for 3 or 4 times and no response." "You couldn't have. I'm the head of the civil service recruitment department." So following week, I had an invitation for interview. And I became chief executive officer salaries. There were 100 odd islands. In Fiji, there are 365 islands, 66 in leap years. And of 100 islands, teachers transportation, very difficult. But I managed to get all the salary, all the teachers at the end of the month. But I was not getting anywhere.
Absolutely wonderful, Judge. If I can now come to Chantal. Chantal, you, rather than being of Bihari or UP origin, your family went out from Tamil Nadu, if I'm not mistaken, and Pondicherry. And your married name is Patel, but you're originally from Pondicherry. How did you land up in Wales?
So, yes, I've had a very, thank you for inviting me to Chapter. Yes, I've had a very interesting career. So, I originally come from Mauritius, and my great-grandfather and my grandfather came from Pondicherry as indentured laborers. And so they landed in Mauritius between, I think it was around 1890. The indentured laborers that came to Mauritius were between 1834 and 1920. And for me, that particular, my knowledge of Girmit at that particular time was very scant because it was seen as a very shameful episode within the family. So it was not something that was openly discussed. And so if any mentions of my great-grandfather or my grandfather coming from Pondicherry was always kind of in hushed tones. There was a lot of shame associated with being an indentured laborer. And I think right from an early age, I remember the tone of the injustice that was meted out to them when they came. And I saw a picture earlier on when it was being shown of where they landed, which we called Trou Frontal. And when we were kids, whenever we were naughty, they used to say we would take you there because that was the place that was considered to be the hellish place. And so there was always a fear when we were growing up of being sent to Trou Frontal. And now it's a UNESCO World Heritage Site. So for me, right from an early age, I remember those injustices that were being kind of spoken in hushed tones, which I think in many ways gave me that kind of background. But when I came to Wales, I came out to study nursing back in 1974, back into the scheme of bringing in nurses from Kerala now, but back in the 1970s, it was from Mauritius. And my first, the first time when I landed in Wales, I suddenly realized that there was going to be a difference, that I was being treated differently. But it didn't stop me. I've always been the kind of person that's very determined, persevered in any kind of situation. And in some ways, I did count my blessings in terms of that it was giving me an opportunity. And it was up to me to make the most of what I had been given. So from that particular journey, I ended up going and studying law. I qualified as a solicitor, and then I decided that being an academic was probably a nice cushy job, but it's not. And so I ended up in Swansea University and being a lecturer within the law school initially, where I used to teach land law and employment law, and then moved to the Faculty of Medicine, where I've specialized in medical law and ethics. That's given me immense opportunities to be able to develop myself.
And help others.
And help others.
So much.
I know, and help others as well. But also that it's, that doesn't mean that I didn't face various discriminatory practices. But somehow, I don't know whether it's in my nature, but I tended to ignore those and then just keep moving forward and deal with whatever I had in front of me. But definitely, I don't know if Uzo probably has gone, and probably Uzo would have been able to tell you about the support that I've given to others, but I've always believed that we should stand together as sisters and brothers in our journey.
Thank you. So I think what really comes through from all our panelists is that despite all the hardships and the discrimination, if you work hard, if you are persevering, if you are determined, you will achieve your goals. So I'm very grateful to our panelists. A hearty round of applause to them. And may I request Alan Michael, erstwhile Tourism Bank Commissioner, to give away a token of appreciation to our panelists, please. Samantha, we're going to do the 2 video presentations in the dinner, so that's it. And after this, we will have just one more talk of Mr. Ginesh Pathak from South Africa. So, I'm sorry. Oh, this is the 2 awards, by the way. It's the same. Sorry.
Dr. Pathak is a serial entrepreneur, industrialist and philanthropist from South Africa. He is the executive chairman for the Tisco Africa Group and chairman for Kilimanjaro Capital, in addition to board positions to various multinationals. He's one of the biggest industrialists involved in telco, ICT services, and oil and gas sector. May I please have him? Thank you.
Thanks. Just before I start, Dr. Chantal from the jury. My great grandfather was on the jury as well, so maybe we've got some blood relations here. Starting with Patel at the thanks. Program Director, Chairperson, India's Trust, Professor Keshav Singh, Honorary Prime Minister of Mauritius, Honorary Minister Kalpana Devi Andrew Shaw, former First Minister of Wales, Professor Mark Bradford, Lord Tarek of Hull, my good friend Manish Gupta, powerful pioneer of the global Indian diaspora movement, fellow Indians, fellow supporters of the Indian diaspora, all in attendance, protocol. So, Vanakkam, Namaste, Salam, Alaikum, and a very warm South African good afternoon. Soyabona. Let me start thanking the India's Trust and its fellow organizers by allowing me to participate in this international Girmit conference. It's truly an honor for me to come all the way from South Africa to be here. In keeping with the nearly 1,000-year journey of Indians, migration from India to the modern-day global Indian diaspora, I thought it only fitting to execute my speech in 2 parts. Talk to the Indian diaspora in South Africa, and then my journey as an Indian South African. The Indian diaspora in South Africa is home to one of the largest Indian diaspora communities outside of India.
a statistic that started from not so favorable conditions, but that has truly translated into a super force that has illustrated to South Africa and the world the tenacity of Indians to do better. The Indian diaspora in South Africa are largely descendants from Indians who arrived in South Africa in the 1800s, 1860 to 1890, transported across the seas, specifically with the ships Truro, the ship Truro from Madras, and the ship Belvedere from Calcutta. Arriving in South Africa, our forefathers and mothers role was largely as indentured sugarcane laborers. I specifically have 4 generations from the indentured labor farmers, which over time were directed to work in the sugarcane industry, the mining industry, and the railway industry in South Africa. Conversing in the English language, as you can imagine, was a challenge at first, with many of them only speaking Tamil, Telugu, and Hindi. But a challenge that was quickly overcome as a result of their willingness to learn. Religious beliefs at the time was diverse, as the majority were Hindu, Muslim, and Christian minorities. However, this diversity did not prevent them from jointly executing the classes. As you can imagine, the importation of Indians into South Africa was an introduction to colonialism, supported by indentured labor practices, and that which in the years to come was then followed by apartheid. All of which promoted inequality and segregation towards the Indian diaspora in South Africa. Just to take a note, the Indian diaspora, part of the indentured laborers that moved forward towards after the 5 years were up, decided to stay. And in that so became industrious in business, in trading, and likewise were then similarly discriminated as the local black population. And through that process, Indians got together and formed the Natal Indian Congress that really fought against segregation and the early apartheid systems in South Africa. Now we'll come back to a bit more of that. Fast forward to 1994, the election of Honorable President Nelson Mandela is when the Indian diaspora in South Africa, as with the other previously disadvantaged race groups, were given rights of equality. We could then live in areas previously prevented. We could then go to schools that were previously prevented. We can then go to restaurants, we could go to beaches, we could use toilet facilities that we were prevented. And then today, the Indian diaspora in South Africa, having walked through all the social and economic challenges presented over centuries, is a significant contributor to the South African social and economic landscape. We participate in and also lead industries from mining to rail to education, to oil and gas, energy, tourism, transportation, pretty much all the sectors of the economy. We have significant Indian entrepreneurs that have risen over the last 40 to 50 years. We also, as a collective, we are a significant contributor to the South African GDP. We've just done a recent calculation, and we found that we have probably the top Indian businesses in South Africa contributing close to $500 million to the South African GDP. Significant in its own right. South Africa recognizes now our Indian diaspora for our academic prowess, for our flavored cuisine, to our beautiful cultural clothing, for our deep and diverse religious faiths, for our love and expression of Bollywood and its music, and most of all for our hardworking professional and ongoing appetite to grow both socially and commercially. And I stand here proud to say that the Indian diaspora in South Africa is proud of our heritage and our culture. And hence, before I move on to my journey as an Indian South African, I say, Jai Hind, may India continue to be a global social and economic force in peace. And India, together with South Africa, being part of the BRICS, South-South organization, plays a vital role in global economics and global politics. I want to express thanks to Mahatma Gandhi for enabling Indian rights in South Africa. We lived there. Lots of experiences that I know of what he contributed to the South African struggle. I want to say thank you to the many Indian South Africans who contributed to the building of the then only Indian university, the University of Gold Coast. A lot of Indians graduated through that because, again, Indians are not allowed to go to other universities. And I want to say thank you to the Indian diaspora around the world for supporting the Indian diaspora in South Africa. Now, moving on to the second. Good afternoon to all. My name is Dr. Kinesh Patha. I'm a proud Indian South African who was born and reside in South Africa. Husband to an Indian South African lady. A father to an Indian South African daughter and son. Both have joined my business and working in my business now. And a grandfather to an Indian South African grandson. In addition to the above three generations I just mentioned, of my personal family tree, I am an ex-medical profession, surgeon, and currently a businessman, and has achieved success through an entrepreneurial approach. I gave up practice in the late 90s, did an MBA in corporate finance, and decided to use my new skills in mergers and acquisitions and private equity. And that really came about through democracy. So what we fought for in South Africa opened up new channels, new avenues for opportunities. My parents made sure we go to university to get a degree, be a professional. My dad, unfortunately, great results in school, in military, but didn't have the finances, was not allowed to go to university to become a doctor. But what he did was work multiple jobs, so I could have my brothers and sisters could have. So that was the journey that we went on. And through this new direction, post-1994, where black South Africans, Indians were regarded as black, African Indian and colored was regarded as black in South Africa, was previously disadvantaged. Opportunities arose. And on that basis, although I loved the practice that I had, I decided to venture out into a new world and take on an entrepreneurial approach. Amongst others in the oil and gas sector, in the mining sector, the energy and infrastructure sector, the railways and the steel sector. So those are my areas of interest, and I've created an industrial base around that. These achievements post-tertiary education spans a journey that is approximately now for 40 years. Yes, there were many struggles in achieving success, but I'm proud to stand here and convey to you that my Indianism upbringing contributed to me being able to push through the struggles as I was grounded on values of trust, honesty, integrity, and supporting growth and development. As an Indian in South Africa, I grew up in the era of apartheid, slap bang in the middle of apartheid between my school years of the 70s and 80s. A very, very tough time as was the era that intentionally restricted my aspirations and an era which I actually navigate over terrain that is not welcoming to Indians' growth. That was racist as a result of the complexion of our skin color, and they confined my skills and dreams so much so that at times felt like a prison. I had to get a special condemnation from the apartheid government to go to university. And it wasn't that they were giving it up freely, so it was a culture system. So they would only give X amount of condemnations to go to university for Indian students. So it was hard, yes. Did I survive it? Yes. And this was through the teachings passed down from generations in my family, and that was even practiced by the original Indian diaspora in South Africa. Being grateful, working hard, perseverance, and treating all with dignity and respect. But yes, I must also have my hand and voice, working as best as I could with the anti-apartheid movements to help fight for equality for previously disadvantaged South Africans. Just on that point, just to let you know, part of my family went into exile and came and lived in the UK. My late uncle, Bella Pillay, was vice president of the anti-apartheid movement in London. And he basically ran the exile movement for South Africans that we need to exile into the UK. Very nice anecdotal moment that I would like to talk about is how he and Yusuf Dadu assisted working together with the Indian government, with PM Nehru. And they managed to get onto a plane with PM Nehru flying between London and India. Managed to convince him of the atrocities of the apartheid regime in South Africa. With his support from that episode, he managed to convince the Commonwealth movement to impose sanctions on South Africa. And I'm running the time. So let me just fast forward. Let me again say thank you to Girmit International Conference conveners. Say thank you to the dignitaries and fellow speakers present, and thank you to the attendees. As an Indian South African, I hereby extend an invite to all of you to visit South Africa and engage with our Indian diaspora and support the socio-economic landscape all around the world. Thank you.
So we've got final three moments. One, we have speech from Mali Rubelia. So please can I invite you? And then we've got two videos to review. Oh, okay, lovely. So this is the final act of the day. Mali, we please have you on the stage. Let's hear it from Mali.
So much for the invite. This poem was inspired by listening to Keshav and also Confuso, and I'm always learning from Judge Racing, and so I knew a little bit, but I learned a lot on the online event, and I was so moved and inspired by what I heard about the Girmitas.
And I thank Parminder, who then said that you should really present this and send in as I'm a contributor to the Welsh Asian Heritage Group. So this is Celebrate. Let us celebrate a life well lived, a journey full of tears and toil, a legacy that will never fade, in the laughter and the tears we shed, in the stories told and the memories shared. We see the impact of a life so dear, a beacon of light that will always be near, through every triumph and every trail, through every smile and every mile. We celebrate the strength and courage shown, the love and kindness so generously grown. Let us raise our voices high in celebration of a life that touched the sky, a soul that shone so bright and true, forever in our hearts, forever anew. Though they may be gone, they live on in us, their spirit and love forever present. So let us celebrate the life they led and honor their memory with love and grace. Jochen Bauer.
Thank you so much for creating that wonderful poem for this conference. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, this brings an end to the conference. I'm afraid we are a bit late. I'm sorry, Samantha and all your staff, but hopefully we'll be through before 4:30. It's a great day. We've had people from everywhere, from Seven Seas, from South Africa to Mauritius to Fiji to Guyana. We had distinguished local guests. All of you who have been very patient all through the day. I've learned a lot. I'm sure you have learned something. And I think this is the start of a moment. We have some more guest texts in the banquet tonight. And in particular, I'd like to mention Tom Singh, who's a great entrepreneur from London, who's come specially for this. We'll have more on Tom Singh in the evening. We need to save some special acts for the evening also. And also our First Minister's message is going to be played there. So I'm very, very grateful to all of you. I'm grateful to the staff of the Senate, Samantha and the team, and the wonderful audiovisual guys, which has let this conference go very smoothly without any problem, the catering and everything. So all in all, this is the start of a moment. Monish is already tied up with a gentleman called Deo Kusai, who's a big industrialist in Trinidad, and the next conference is going to be held there. So this is now going to be a rolling movement with a Girmit conference being held in the Girmit country every new year. And I'm sure Kinesh would at some point take the baton on. So I'm very, very grateful to all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ajay. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Anand, Prabhatji, Uzo, everybody of you, the too many of you to take name, Acharyaji, Chantal. And of course, I can't not mention Zoe from Dallas, Summary, without whose support this conference could not have been possible. Thank you, Zoe. Thank you, everybody.
Catch up.